Alright, can y'all guys hear me? Okay, good. Hello YouTube, how y'all guys doing tonight? Sorry for not uploading last night. I wasn't feeling well. I had a sore throat and I wasn't feeling well, and I had some stuff going on yesterday. I was not feeling well at all. I'm still not feeling great. I'm still been kind of under the weather the last couple of days. Not been feeling great. And I was up most of the night. I was up most of the night playing a game with my family. We were playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy again. I don't know if y'all guys knew this, but there's a modified version up on YouTube of the old Gauntlet Dark Legacy with an HD remastered textures and things like that. But it's like it's a HD. It's a high definition improvement and like even out the textures and stuff, and it's to make the game not blurry or as pixelated. It's supposed to smooth out the game and make it look more crisper and sharper, and it looks really good. It's emulated. It's an emulated HD remake of sort of. It's a remake. It's a remake slash remaster version of Gauntlet with modern HD graphics and textures and everything, and through emulation, and it's really cool. It really is. And what this guy did, he managed to make the game look smoother and sharper, and even out the textures, and make the game look a lot more better than the previous edition. And it's kind of fun because it's high. It's got the higher frames and the better gameplay. And when I was playing the PS2 version again a couple of days ago, we kept dying and not being able to get through the levels because the game was very blurry and dark. Had to turn up the brightness and couldn't get past the levels, so we were having issues. I think it's because the game's so old, and it came out like in the 2000s, that it's running on like 30 frames per second, or below 30 frames, probably runs at like 20, I don't know. But it's pretty cool. We got a lot of things to go over today. Black Ops 7 came out today. It did. Unfortunately, I'm not a big Call of Duty fan. I kind of am more leaning toward playing Battlefield 6 when it comes out. I was supposed to play with my friend today, but he never texted me, or I maybe slept through it. I don't know. Oh, let me see. Nope. He didn't text me. But we were supposed to play today because he's usually off on the weekends, like Friday and Saturdays and stuff. Yeah, man, sorry for uploading so late. Sorry for not uploading yesterday and getting on here so late, but I was up till about 8 in the morning. Then I went to sleep. I was looking at X to see what was going on before I got on. Before I went to sleep. And this is a lot of stuff. But yeah, today was the official launch of Call of Duty Black Ops 7 for November 14th, and they had a midnight release, and a lot of people were there at GameStop. And I watched a little bit of the game. I'm not that impressed. I'm really 50-50 on Black Ops 7. I never really got into it. I played the beta, I played a little bit of the multiplayer. I really never got quite into the game. Never really got quite into it. I just not a big Call of Duty multiplayer fan, so I don't really want to buy the game for a full $70, including on PC. I mainly, if I get it, I'll probably get it for zombies, and I'll get it for zombies, and I'll get it for the campaign mainly. Hey, baby. But I watched a little bit of it on X today, earlier this morning, about like 10 o'clock, I guess. And I don't know, I'm not that impressed. I mean, they bringing back classic characters from zombies like Nikolai, not Nikolai, Dempsey, Tank Dempsey from the Black Ops, from the original Black Ops zombie storyline, and stuff like that. They got a new narrator, which that dude's kind of annoying personally. And the gun sounds are pretty terrible. The gun sounds suck in Black Ops 7. I've heard better gun sounds in previous Call of Duties, even Black Ops 4. When it comes down to it, you know. The game is very similar to Black Ops 3 and 4, where you pop gobble gums to survive, or to unlock certain perks, or to survive the rounds of zombies. They brought back round-based zombies. I never played Black Ops 6. I haven't really played a Call of Duty. I haven't really played a Black Ops Call of Duty since Black Ops 4. I didn't even play 6. But I tried to play it. It was on a free trial, but I couldn't get it to work. And I watched it. You know, it's very similar to other Black Ops, where you start with the pistol in the first couple of rounds for zombies, and then you go to a much more powerful weapon with the wall guns and the mystery box. I did play a little bit of Black Ops 7 Zombies. I did. That game was kind of fun. I mainly like Black Ops 7, mainly for zombies. You don't really get to play the campaign. Played multiplayer and I played zombies, and zombies was pretty good, but it was like, you know, I don't know. Gun sounds just don't sound great. The game looks okay. They turned zombies into Warzone, because basically what you're doing is it looks like a Warzone map, like a open world Warzone map, kind of from other Call of Duties. And you get trucks, you get vehicles, and you get things to ride in compared to other previous Black Ops games. And you know, you have a knife and a pistol, and you have being able to resupply ammo, and you know, go get ammo from like other Call of Duty games like Black Ops Cold War and stuff like that. Because I remember that from Black Ops Cold War, they added in an ammo supply depot you could go to resupply when you get low on ammo when shooting zombies. You can go and resupply with these ammo containers throughout the map, and that was Black Ops Cold War. Actually, I've heard the last Call of Duty I played was Black Ops Cold War. Not Black Ops 4. Black Ops Cold War. And then Black Ops 6 came out, which I never played, but I wanted to try the campaign because I heard the campaign was pretty good. A lot of apparently on X, Black Ops 6 is one of the highest played games for PlayStation 5 currently at the moment, they're saying. So I'll have to give it a try if I ever get it. I watched multiplayer. Multiplayer's okay. One thing that Black Ops 7 has done that has pissed off Activision fans and people that like Treyarch since it's come out today, or since this came out, is Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is a online only game. There's no single player campaign, and the campaign for Black Ops 7 is co-op, so it has to be online only all the time. You can't pause the game. You can't pause. You can't leave the game. You have to be connected to the internet at all times, and you can't quit. You can play solo, but they're saying it's mainly meant for a co-op based campaign experience with 2 or 3 players. But you can't pause, and a lot of people are really upset about that. You can't pause the campaign. Bear with me with my voice, please. I'm still kind of sick. My throat still is a little sore. I've been feeling this since yesterday. You can't play. You can't pause in Black Ops 7. You can't. I don't know if it lets you do it in zombies, but I don't think it can do the campaign. And won't let you do it with the campaign, won't let you do it with the co-op experience with Black Ops 7. It's mainly a campaign co-op experience with 2 to 3 players. And people have been getting upset since the launch of the game, and since people got their copies at midnight, with where GameStop had this midnight launch for Black Ops 7 yesterday, saying that the game it cannot be paused. It's online only all the time. You have to be connected to the internet all the time. You have to be having online internet connection 24/7, and you can't pause. And it's a mainly online experience where it's mainly an online co-op experience with a campaign with 2 to 3 players. You can play solo, but it's like this robot. You fight robots or something, and it's like this futuristic. It's still, it's like the future. It's like the futuristic CODs, like Black Ops 3 and stuff like that. But like it's going more into that again with Black Ops 7. Black Ops 6 really didn't do that, I don't think. Black Ops 6 was more modern, and stuff like that. I heard it's like a future. It's like a campaign where you're in the future where you fight robots and stuff. I don't know. So, from what I've seen, and it looks okay. I heard that the campaign also has a lot of weird stuff in it compared to Black Ops 6, and people aren't really happy about it. They're 50-50 on it. It's not really a big thing. It looks like they mainly made Black Ops 7 catered more toward a young audience and the kids, more like it to me, and it made it very, very different. And they pretty much put elements of Warzone in the campaign. So when you're playing the campaign missions of Black Ops 7, I saw a little bit of it. I read a little bit about it. You're like you're like skydiving, or you're like parachuting into certain places, like Warzone. It's like you're parachuting out of a plane like you are in Warzone, or Fortnite, or those other Battle Royale titles. And you're having to land in a location like Warzone with the campaign. Apparently the first mission is where you're trying to land somewhere, and it's very similar to what happens when you're trying to drop in a certain place, like in Warzone or other battle royale titles like Fortnite. But I don't know. I'm really 50-50 on Black Ops 7. You know, I probably play 6 before I play 7, because apparently Black Ops 7 picks up later after 6. And I don't really know much about the storyline after Black Ops Cold War. So I'm going to have to play Black Ops 6 to really understand what Black Ops 7 kind of goes more into. They're bringing back classic Call of Duty characters and nods to the series from the old ones, including Woods and other characters, but they're not... It's okay. It's like a future. It's like it's basically takes place way in the future after Black Ops 6. And it looks okay. It's 50-50. I probably prefer to play Battlefield 6 over Black Ops 7, but I might get Black Ops 7 for like zombies. And I might try the campaign, but I'll probably wait till the price drops. I'm not going to pay $70 for Black Ops 7. I just don't think it's worth $70 from what I see, in my opinion. But Battlefield 6 is much better than Black Ops 7. I mean, I believe if you like Black Ops, if you like Call of Duty and you like Black Ops 7, I think you're going to I think it's better for zombies in the campaign. But the campaign is really 50-50 from what I've seen from a lot of people. And other people say it's just changed a lot. It's changed so much, and it's just kind of different that it's kind of been mixed reviews. It's been mixed, or it's been kind of... Some people like it, some people don't. A lot of people have had criticisms toward Black Ops 7 since it launched today. Other people have said that the game has changed so much, and it's just not the same anymore. It's got a lot of crazy shit in it that people just don't like as much as they do compared to, say, the Modern Warfare franchise that was kind of more about just classic warfare, with then all this stuff that they're doing with Black Ops 7. So I don't know. People have been 50-50 on it. A lot of people prefer zombies a lot more in Black Ops 7 than the campaign. A lot of streamers and YouTubers and people have been playing mainly zombies. Zombies looks good. It's just... and it looks fun, and I like it. But it's just the gun sounds are kind of terrible, and I wish they would have improved on the gun sounds like they did with Modern Warfare Remaster or Modern Warfare 2 Remake. But it's okay. It's okay. If you play previous CODs, you kind of know what you're getting with zombies in Black Ops. You do. Like Black Ops 4 and Black Ops Cold War and Black Ops 3. Mainly around in there. I don't know what's changed with the game, or what they've done differently, or what's new with the series past Black Ops Cold War. I didn't play 6, so I don't know. But I did play Black Ops Cold War, but it's been a long time. That game came out in like 2020, so it's been a while. And I really do like Black Ops Cold War Zombies. I have played it quite a lot. But I just don't know what's past that. I do know that Black Ops 7 takes place it takes place in the future right after Black Ops 6. But I've heard the campaign's really 50-50. You can't pause the game. It's online only. You have to be connected constantly to a connection. It's a co-op campaign experience mainly, but I think you can play single player. And And then there's zombies, which is kind of similar to other Black Ops zombies games. You have Gobblegums. They bring Gobblegums back, like from Black Ops 3 and other games. And I've heard that they have a lot of Black Ops 2 maps that they brought back in Black Ops 7. So I'm not sure. And you have round-based zombies where some of the old Call of Duties, and you have the similarities to just zombies. You have wall guns, you have perks, you have the mystery box, and you have gobblegums, which it's like gumballs that you pop for special abilities and things for perks. So, yeah. If people don't know what gobblegums are, and I'm sure they do, because by now, if you don't, you haven't really played the other games. But people should know what gobblegums are. But anyway, and I've played quite a lot of zombies Call of Duties, so I have an idea. I've been playing zombies since Black Ops 3. Zombies. That's where I started playing zombies, but that's for another day. Anyway, I mean, it's just 50-50, really. Do I think it's worth $70? Not really. I would wait, save your money, and wait for the price to go down. Maybe wait for a Black Friday sale, really, and get it for cheaper. Or get it bundled. Or, I don't know, get Battlefield 6. Because I heard Battlefield 6 is really good. And they added like a free mode in the game to go along with the game. So I just don't think Black Ops 7 is worth the full price for $70. I'm sure it's like $70. And even on I heard it's the best PC version to date, though. I heard it's the best PC version. I heard it's the best version on PC that runs very smoothly to date. Black Ops 7 runs really well on PC, but I mean, it's really 50-50. Like, from what I see, I don't think it's really worth $70. I don't, I would wait. But, I mean, it's your money, you do what you want with it. But, I'm just saying it's my stuff from what I've seen. Haven't really watched the review on the game. I might watch a review where I might watch something on it to see what all the game is, maybe. But I've seen a little bit of what's happening with Black Ops 7 on Twitter, on X, and I was looking at it today when it came out. So, but yeah, Black Ops 7 released today for PS5 and Xbox Series X and S and PS5 Pro, and they had a midnight launch yesterday, and people got their copies. So, but today was the official launch for the game all around the world, pretty much, the 14th. But I've heard the game has some issues since it's launched, and some bugs and problems, and people are really 50-50 on it, including with the campaign. Zombies, however, is pretty good, I've heard. I just have a problem with the gun sounds. I don't like the gun sounds with Black Ops 7, but other than that, Zombies looks pretty fun, and it might be worth playing, especially with friends or with a group of people. In solo, anyway, I usually play Zombies solo, but I mean, it looks pretty good from what I see. I just have a problem with the gun sounds. They could have made the gun sounds a lot better, like previous Call of Duties, like Black Ops or Black Ops 2. Black Ops 3 didn't have bad gun sounds. But they could have really done a lot with the gun sounds, like Modern Warfare 2 Remake and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. Those two games. Because Modern Warfare 2, the Modern Warfare 2 Remake has some of the best gun sounds I've ever played for a shooter and a war game. And I've gone back and I played Modern Warfare 2 Remake, and it's still really good. Been playing the campaign again. Been playing it on BattleNet, and the game is really good. The game still has some of the best combat gun sounds I've ever heard. I think it won an award at the Game Awards for the best sounds, the best gun sounds in a game when it came out in I think 2022 or something like that. I don't remember. But anyway, that game has really good gun sounds. They should have they should have maybe looked at what Infinity Ward was doing with Modern Warfare and made the gun sounds like that with Black Ops 7. I don't know how the guns sound in 6. I haven't played 6. But from what I've seen, the gun sounds suck. They suck in Zombies. They sound like toy guns. They're not great. They're just not. They could have literally made the guns sound like they did in Modern Warfare. Especially in the second one. But the Modern Warfare 2 Remake has some of the best gun sounds, some of the best combat gun sounds I've ever heard. Sounds like real warfare with real guns. It sounds like real live firearms shooting, and it's really good. Modern Warfare 2 has really good realistic gun sounds. They should have put that in Black Ops 7. But yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion and my thoughts of what I've seen so far. If they have a free-to-play weekend, I might try out Black Ops 7 and see how it is now since it's launched. Now since it's officially launched, and if anything's changed a lot with the community or the feedback from the fan base. Since the beta, I played the open beta before it launched. I think back in I believe September or October, and it was okay. I think I played Hardpoint so I played Hardpoint and Team Deathmatch and all that. So it was okay. I played the tutorial, and some of the new stuff in Black Ops 7 is just, I don't know. It's okay. I don't quite understand how to do it, but I'm just haven't played an iteration of Black Ops since Cold War, and I like Cold War a lot more than, say, Black Ops 4 and Black Ops 6, and I'm 50-50 on 7. But yeah, I probably want to play Battlefield 6 more than I want to play Black Ops 7. But I am a fan of zombies, and I like zombies, so that might get me into buying Black Ops 7, but I'm not going to pay a full $70 for it. Probably wait till it gets cheaper, or it goes on sale for Black Friday, maybe. And then I might consider it. I might consider getting it for zombies. And I'll probably give the campaign a try, but from what I've seen, I'm just not huge into the campaign. But it might change my mind once I get my hands on the game. But from what I've read and seen, people are really 50-50 on Black Ops 7. So, but that's just me. Um, there was also another game that launched today. Two games launched today: Black Ops 6 and this new free-to-play game. It's like the samurai game. I want to play it. I forgot about it. I forgot what it's called. Let me see here a minute. Oh yeah, I miss the old Call of Duty campaigns, definitely. They were awesome. Especially Call of Duty World War II. That's still a really good campaign. Let's see. What was that? Yeah, Black Ops 7's campaign is a lot like Warzone, man. They've added in a bunch of supernatural stuff and some crazy stuff into the game. People just are not that big into the they're not that big into the story of Black Ops 7. It's it's really been review bombed a lot since it came out. What was that game called? I'm trying to remember. Where Wind Meets. That's it. It's a open world action RPG. It says it was coming to PC and PS5. The game looks really good. I want to play it. Where Wind Meets. That's what it is. It's a 10th century Chinese setting with martial arts combat, open world exploration, and multiplayer co-op. As detailed in the game is. A lot of people are comparing it to Ghost of Tsushima and a lot of other Japanese titles, but it looks really good. So it's on PC. I'm gonna download it, see where it is real quick, and then we'll get to the news because we got a lot to go over. There's a lot of big stuff that happened in the Middle East yesterday in Israel. Get a chance to cover it because I wasn't feeling well and I was busy with other stuff. Where is it? Steam. Store. Yeah, it's like a Japanese mixed martial arts fighting game. There we go. Alright, I heard it was pretty good actually. Alright, let's see. But yeah, this and Black Ops 7 released today, but that was the biggest story And I think I talked about the Steam machine, Steam, all the Steam stuff coming out in 2026, and Microsoft and all that. So, and Metroid Prime 4 trailer released yesterday, by the way, too, and I watched it and it looked pretty cool. Or released today. Metroid Prime 4 trailer released today, and the game looked pretty cool. It's coming out December 4th, 2025. For Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2. But I don't know if I'm gonna buy that game at full price. I'll just probably emulate it. I emulated Donkey Kong versus Mario versus Donkey Kong. I still haven't played it though. I need to. I still want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza, but you have to have Nintendo Switch 2 for that, and Mario Kart World, which those are exclusive titles mainly to Switch. You can't play that game. You can't play those games yet unless you have a Switch 2. They don't have a Switch 2 emulator out yet. That hasn't come out yet. I'm sure it will in the future, but not at the moment. So, yeah, this game looks pretty cool. Probably gonna play it. We got mixed reviews. Interesting. Well, I'll see how it is. Anyway, alrighty, let's see what we got here. Tonight in Lebanon, the IDF carried out a series of... Wait, I already read that. I already read that stuff. Israeli army prepares preemptive strike against Hezbollah. As part of the Israeli army knows doctrine based on belief that we must not wait for an enemy attack, but we must preempt it with the strike of our own. Forces in the north have completed new military drills near the Lebanese border. Israeli Chief of the General Staff, Ayil Zamir, said his forces were prepared than before to deliver crushing blows, and that he had drawn up a plan to expand the army's capacity and capabilities to carry out such operations on all fronts. But Zamir singled out the Lebanese front with Hezbollah as being next. Zamir reiterated his commitment to the new doctrine of launching a preemptive strike. Assessments in Tel Aviv are the entire Iranian axis is preparing for another war with Israel. To erase the shame of the blows that Iran suffered from Israeli forces over the past 2 years. The Israeli army sees such a war as inevitable and sees the only question is timing. Therefore, Israel will not wait and will strike somewhere soon. In other words, they're going to have a full frontal war probably, maybe by December. They're going to have a full frontal war in December. That's going to lead up to Psalms 83 and Ezekiel 38, 39. Maybe even Jeremiah 49. Where there's supposed to be a time when the bow of Elam's bow is broken, which Elam is Western Iran, or Iran, Western Iran. Iran's already got a water crisis over there, so if they get struck again, it's going to cause them to have to flee. Hezbollah has smuggled and produced large quantities of rockets. Hezbollah has begun to rebuild its shattered military strength in Gaza and resumed forming cells in the West Bank. Iraqi Hezbollah is preparing to participate in a future conflict unlike in the last war, and the Houthis are declaring they will resume firing more advanced missiles at Israel. Zamir also discussed defensive operations under the doctrine of defense through offense. This means that Israel will respond to any attack on Israel with counterstrikes and turning it into a war on enemy territory. Yeah, something big's gearing up definitely in the Middle East with Hezbollah. Something is going to happen very soon. Very well could happen maybe before Thanksgiving. Maybe even Christmas. Something's going to happen in Something's going to happen soon in November and maybe possibly December. 4,000 rockets have been smuggled into Lebanon, including 250 plus drones. Hezbollah is recovering remarkably fast. Latest draft of UN Gaza resolution includes language on Palestinian statehood. For the first time ever by the USA, a reference to the issue of the Palestinian state has been included in the UN draft resolution concerning the multinational force, the ISF, that was presented to the UN Security Council. The U.S. is circulating a new draft resolution at the UN Security Council that would create an international stabilization force in Gaza, Israel's withdrawal to disarmament benchmarks, establish a transitional board of peace to govern Gaza, and for the first time ever under the Trump administration, speak of a credible path to Palestinian statehood. The USA is getting closer to recognizing a new state in the Middle East. The state of Palestine is huge for the USA. So they're going to establish a UN Gaza resolution, possibly maybe in the next month or two. I know they want a Gaza stabilization force over there by January. The plan calls for President Trump's 20-point framework and the Declaration for Peace and Sustainable Prosperity signed in Sharm el-Sheikh. This will authorize a 2-year mandate until the end of December 2027. This also commits Washington to establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon to have a peaceful and prosperous coexistence, living side by side. In other words, they're all getting ready to turn on Israel, and including the U.S. The U.S. is about to turn their back on Israel too, where they'll be alone soon. Key points: Gaza will run temporarily by an international board of peace. The VA would control only after full reform. International forces would secure borders, dismantle Hamas, and destroy terror infrastructure. The IDF withdrawal would occur only after the forces achieve stability and disarmament and milestones. A peripheral security presence of the IDF would remain until Gaza is fully secured. Mandate runs through 2027, extendable by the UN Security Council. In other words, peacekeepers in Gaza. And that very well could lead to a future where we see more countries join the Abraham Accords, and by December 2027, we very well could see the covenant with Midi coming about. But again, putting the military in Gaza, or putting a military stabilization force in Gaza, just goes to show you that we are closer to the mark of the beast and the beast system and this digital ID stuff and all these things coming about in the next year or two, along with digital currencies and the digital euro happening pretty soon. And kind of like a 1984 scenario or a Hunger Games scenario. I'm not saying that's going to happen, and I hope it's not, but it could be leading us more toward that future, and we could be having the rapture could be coming a lot sooner than we think. We're definitely living in the end days, man. We are living in apocalyptic times. I believe something can happen in the next couple of years. I do. A vote could happen as early as Friday or Monday. Alright, I'm going to look more into that and see where this stabilization force deal is going and where this mandate thing is going to happen. I believe that the authorization 2-year mandate is going to be the Gaza Stabilization Force, which is a Palestinian force. That's how they're going to get Hamas to disarm and lay down their weapons, even though they're not going to. They're discussing this right now. Jared Kushner just went to the Middle East to discuss how they're going to disarm Hamas for Phase 2. So this is going to be huge, Friday or Monday. So I'm going to look into this. Okay. Today's Friday, so maybe I'll have to check it out, see if there's anything I missed since yesterday. This is huge right before Trump meets with MBS on Tuesday the 18th. So yeah, Trump's about to meet with Mohammed bin Salman on the 18th on Tuesday. I forgot about that. We're probably going to talk about joining the Abraham Accords. Or some kind of, they're supposed to have some big meeting on Thursday after they meet on the 18th. They're going to meet on the 18th, and then they're supposed to have a big meeting. They're supposed to have a very big meeting on the 18th, so that's next Tuesday. Right before, looks like, Thanksgiving. Yep. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 18th. Thanksgiving's the 27th, which is Thursday. Yeah, that's right before Thanksgiving. U.S. submit new draft proposal to UN Security Council on International Gaza Stabilization Force. Main changes from the previous draft include recognition of the Saudi French initiative on Palestine, mention of an Israeli withdrawal to the security perimeter in Gaza, and a demand to report the International Stabilization Force's operations to the UN. This is a seismic shift in the ongoing UN Security Council negotiations over Gaza and Palestine's future, especially coming from the USA-backed draft resolution. On November 13, 2025, the latest iteration of the resolution aimed at authorizing an internal stabilization force in Gaza, explicitly nods to Palestinian self-determination and a statement for the first time ever by the USA. It's a direct response to pushback from allies and adversaries alike, and it could reshape the post-war conflict landscape in the Middle East. In other words, all of Israel's allies are turning on them and leaving them alone by themselves, including the USA. The USA is also pushing for a Palestinian state. The UN Gaza's peace trap, how the UN Security Council resolution on Trump's 20-point peace plan. 20-point plan threatens Israel's sovereignty. The big additions, statehood language to address criticisms. The early versions ignored Palestinian aspirations. The draft now states that the reforms to the Palestinian Authority are faithfully carried out in Gaza. The redevelopment has advanced. The conditions may be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. It's conditioned and vague, no firm timeline or guarantees, but it's a far cry from the USA's silence on the state of Palestine issue. This isn't full UN membership or immediate recognition yet. It's more like a maybe someday carrot to take stakeholders on board. In other words, it's a push toward trying to get more countries to join the Abraham Accords to expand the covenant into the Abraham Alliance, which then very well could lead to a Palestinian state in the future. And all these countries recognizing a Palestinian state. They do want to do this. They do want to. There's a lot of countries that are going to be joining the Accords, and they're going to be having some kind of big event happening in December. But for a resolution to be led by the USA, Israel's closest ally, I mentioned Palestinian statehood. Well, this is humongous. When this lands, voting could be imminent. It might finally kickstart two-state solutions. I think this is going to happen by December. I do. I think a lot of things are going to happen by December, it looks like. But we'll have to see what's going to happen with this big Trump meeting on the 18th with MBS. And I'm going to be looking at that. Standoff in Rafah, 200 Hamas terrorists remain holed up in tunnels for refusing to surrender. Brave Israeli forces have encircled the final Hamas terrorist tunnel network beneath Rafah, where roughly 200 cowardly, impotent satanic terrorists remain trapped underground in the same tunnels as they once used to imprison the innocent Israeli civilian hostages for more than 2 years. The terrorists have rejected every call to surrender as Israel maintains control above ground. I think we're going to have these two going back to war soon, or the stabilization force that's going to come in Gaza. I think it's going to have to do something to get Hamas to disarm. They're not laying their weapons down. Their whole goal is to stay in power to destroy Israel. And Hamas is just another one of Iran's proxies. Iran's gearing up and supplying all these countries with weapons and supplies, like Hezbollah, to gear up for a war, an all-out, full-frontal war, very soon, which could possibly happen by December. We will see. A U.S.-backed proposal to abort them in exchange for disarmament clashed over no country agreed to take any of them, leaving the terrorists still in the very terrible maze they built. Iran can't afford to take any more hits, man. They can't. They're already having a water crisis over there. So like I said, if they get struck again, and they get pounded like they did back in June, where all 3 of their nuclear sites got destroyed, I think it was on Ishban, and I forgot what they were. But they can't afford to get hit. If they get hit again, it's going to cause a crisis and a problem. And these people are going to have to flee from Russian Iran, which is Elam. They're going to have to flee from Elam. And it says that I will scatter them to the 4 corners of the earth, away from us. So these people will have to leave, and then they come under captivity, and then they're brought back. But Jeremiah 49:37, Jeremiah 49 through 37 says that the Elam's bow will be broken, and then you will have you will have them scattered, because there will be a crisis that will hit Iran that will cause problems to happen. So if they get hit again, before they can build missiles and all this stuff for another full frontal war in December, so they can rebuild their stuff, because they have a new program that they have built underground. It's called Pickaxe Mountain, and they're being supplied by Russia and North Korea and other countries to rebuild. And something could happen by December, or maybe by the end of November, maybe by Thanksgiving, I don't know, very soon, that if they get struck again, it's going to cause a crisis in Iran, that they're going to have to flee that country because it's going to cause a problem. They'll be scattered. The people of Iran, the people in Elam, Western Iran, they're going to have to scatter. They're going to have to leave. It's going to be a crisis. Not to say that they're not already having a problem with their water supply, and that if they don't do something soon, they're going to have to leave to go somewhere else. But I don't think we're there yet to Jeremiah 49, but we're getting close. And it could happen probably by the end of November or possibly December. So they're having a problem with their water reservoirs. With the dam. The dam in Iran is not getting enough water. They're not getting enough rain there to fill the dam for water. So they're having a limited water supply. Fate of Hamas terrorists and rifles tunnels on the Israeli side of Gaza's hill line could make or break the U.S. broker ceasefire. These Hamas terrorists are unable to move back into Hamas-run territory back in Gaza. without surfacing above the tunnels into areas patrolled by the Israeli Defense Forces. Yeah, in other words, it's them crossing the yellow line and breaking a ceasefire. It's them crossing into the line that is set up there, that there's an agreement that if they cross that line, it breaks the ceasefire, they could go back to war. But Hamas terrorists have been attacking IDF troops through these tunnels somehow, and the IDF has sealed off the tunnels through certain places so that they can't get to certain places. But yet they have to come out of the tunnels, and some of the troops are somehow getting over to the IDF, like snipers, and RPGs, and gunfire. There's certain Hamas terrorists attacking Israeli troops. So there's something about to give soon. The U.S. has promised Hamas that they free passage and safe passage and anything ever out of the tunnels to the other side if they agree to give up their weapons and surrender, lay down their arms. In other words, disarm, and we'll give you safe passage out of the tunnels. We will give you full security and safe passage through the tunnels. They won't be attacked if they agree to lay their weapons down, which they're not going to anytime soon. For Washington, what happens to these terrorist men is more than a tactical problem for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government. It has become a political red line. Israel is trying to postpone the issue of 200 terrorists until Hamas fully complies with the agreement and releases the 3 bodies left of the dead hostages. Only then will Israel be willing and ready to negotiate what to do with these 200 terrorists. How is it that these 200 terrorists remain in an area under IDF control? Hamas knew the IDF was going to redeploy along the yellow line, and Hamas knew the tunnels is in a zone controlled by the IDF. So why didn't these terrorists evacuate in advance? Because their goal is to destroy Israel and to go through the tunnels to get to the other side. They don't care anything about abiding by regulations. Their whole goal is to attack Israeli troops. If they don't surrender soon, I really do see Israel going. I see Israel doing something very soon to disarm Hamas. Maybe even the stabilization force might do something by January 1st, 2026, which they want to have a stabilization force in Gaza by 2026. Hamas given 24 hours to withdraw from IDF's yellow line in Gaza, U.S. official tells Post. Yeah, they keep going through the tunnels to the yellow line. They keep crossing the yellow line. And if they don't agree to withdraw, that's going to cause them to go back to war because it's breaking the ceasefire agreement. There's a line in Gaza where they cannot cross. That is the yellow line, and that is where Israel has withdrawn to. But Hamas continues to go through the tunnels to get to that yellow line. And they're attacking IDF troops on the yellow line, and Israel's doing whatever it takes to keep the ceasefire in place and protect certain parts of Gaza. There is a line in the sand here that it was agreed upon in this ceasefire that was said would happen in the first phase back in October, that was signed on October 13th in Egypt, that said Israel would withdraw to the yellow line and Hamas would lay their weapons down and disarm. They're not going to do that. But they're going through these tunnels to get to the other side because they can't get there anywhere else. They're doing it to get to the other side of the troops. They're attacking Israeli troops. They are breaking. They are kind of going against the agreement, but yet they want to blame Israel for the fact that it's their fault, which makes sense. But see, you have terrorists' main goal is to destroy and kill Israel. which they're not going to. Disarm. Israel's at the yellow line, which means Hamas cannot go toward that. And they have a certain amount of time to withdraw from that line, crossing that boundary, or else it's going to cause them to go back to war. And the ceasefire will be broken. And they keep doing this. But Bubba News said a U.S. official told the Jerusalem Post that mediators informed Hamas to withdraw from behind the yellow line before Thursday evening. Otherwise, the IDF would strike. In other words, they're going to hit them, and it's going to cause them to go back to war. So you have Israel Israel has a little bit of a problem on both sides. They're kind of defending themselves against Hezbollah and Hamas. And then in the future, is possibly you're going to have Iran, the Houthis, and these other groups coming against Israel. Eventually, there's going to come a time where Israel is going to be surrounded by all of these people, and their back's going to be against the wall, and they're going to have no one, and they're going to have to rely on God to help them, because it says that in it says that in the Bible. In the end times, it says Israel will be surrounded by all their enemies, and the only person they're going to have to rely on is the person that they pretty much didn't recognize, because the Jews don't believe in Christ. So yeah, their back is going to be against the wall. They're going to be fighting a full frontal war on all sides, and it's already starting with Hezbollah and Hamas. If y'all don't think we're living in the end times, man, you really need to understand all these things are leading up to what's coming in the coming years, man. It's leading up to the future mark of the beast system. Digital ID, digital euro, AI, technology, data centers, Project Stargate, all these things. I read the other day that Elon Musk wants to build robots, humanoid robots by 2030. I was reading it on X. So yeah, we're heading toward a digital AI future very soon. By 2030, we very well could have a full digital future of everything, including money. That's the mark of the beast system. The mark of the beast system is a digital AI system run through everything, including, computers. And they want to replace your phone with digital tattoos. Bill Gates. So yeah, they want to have everything digitally done through certain things, including money. They want to have an AI digital future by 2030. You will own nothing and be happy. That's what their agenda is. It's called Agenda 2030. They want a digital AI future controlling everything, including money, CBDCs, central banking digital currencies. Anyway, that's the UN's plan, and that's the globalist plan for the future. A global, one world government, the new world order. Sorry, man, but that's just the truth. People need to understand that's what the government's plan is. It's 2030. They're putting their agenda right in front of your face every day in commercials, ads, movies, TV shows, transgender this, gay this, racial this, and that. Yeah. So, that's what they're doing, bro. They're no longer hiding it. They can't hide it because of Trump. That's why they hate him. But see, it's the same thing. They want this future by 2030. Everything will be on all devices by 2030 and be controlled through AI. Including probably a digital future with games too. But you will own nothing. In other words, you can't own anything. You will just borrow. You will just borrow and borrow and borrow, and you will just have all this problem with debt and everything. And it will all be done on a credit limit. It will be done on a credit score or a credit limit, where they can limit how much you buy for stuff. Buy and sell. You cannot buy or sell without the mark. That's exactly what that is. People don't believe in the Bible and don't believe in biblical stuff. I'm sorry, man, but we're living in those times. We are. We are living in the biblical end times, bro. People need to understand God's real. What's going on in the world is real, and what they're doing is real. And the devil's real. And the devil and the globalist agenda government is setting up the beast system for the future. The globalists are setting up everything for a digital AI future by 2030. All this stuff is real. I know atheism is very popular now in the U.S., but you can't just look at what's going on in the world and tell me we're not living in the end times with everything being set up. We live in a digital age, and it's going to be pulled more toward that by 2030. It's going to be an all digital future by 2030. That's what I believe. It is. We already do everything through computers, through streaming and everything. Everything's going to be done digitally through streaming, including gaming in the future. Gaming's now on all platforms. You can play games just about anywhere, including they're bringing it to mobile. So it's like, okay, like Red Dead Redemption's coming to mobile by December 4th. So like they're bringing games to all devices. They want to put Stellar Blade on Nintendo Switch 2. So, yeah. An all digital future where everything's run by AI, including robots. This is the mark of the beast system that was talked about. You can no longer buy or sell because everything's going to be on a credit limit, like China, like communist China. Just go look up and watch a video on communist China and what they do over there and how they run people in China. Just watch how they monitor and do certain things to people in China, and then you'll understand what's coming. China's communist, bro. These people are communists. They're socialist, communists, evil people. It's a globalist agenda. The globalist New World Order. If you don't know what I mean, listen to this. Bro, they don't want you to know this stuff. That's why they tried to. That's why, in my opinion, they tried to kill our president. They tried to kill Donald Trump. Maybe even if you don't like him or not, they tried to shoot him. They don't want you to know this stuff. They've been trying to hide it for years. Yeah. If you never heard this, Tom MacDonald. New World Order. It's talking about how, we can say certain things, but you can't do it because we can control you in what you say and do. But when we do it, it's okay. But when they do it, it's okay. But when we do it, they want to censor us and get rid of us. They want to stop us from doing what we do, right? So look at this. It's saying it's kind of hypocritical, but it makes you. But he's making it say, man, he's making it kind of like, oh, well, they think you're crazy, or, McDonald. They think you're crazy when you talk about a new world order system. Or if you believe in or if you truly believe that we're living in biblical prophecy, we're living in the biblical days, man. People think you're crazy, or they don't understand you. They don't get it like you do. I don't know. Some of us we get what's going on. We're aware of it. We have the perception. We're just gifted. We have the perception, and we have the discernment to understand. We see things, man. I don't know. But then other people look at you like you're crazy. So Tom McDonald makes it look like you're in a straitjacket, like when you're trying to tell people what you're doing. Like Sarah Connor from Terminator. If people remember Terminator 2 Judgment Day, it's like Sarah Connor telling them what's happening with Terminators. But they don't believe her. They think she's insane. So, basically, let me find that, though. I like this song. I like this song a lot. It's New World Order with Tom McDonald and Madam Calhoun. This.
Here's the problem with America. The country is broken. Cause they minds stay closed, but they mouths stay open. Get attacked and we blame terrorists. Go broken, we blame the price. Blame racists for the racism, but only if his skin is white. If we don't need guns, cause we can call the police. We don't need fire extinguishers. Call a fireman, please. You didn't want to build a wall and now the border is weak. Your favorite actor has a gate that's like 15 feet. Racism is gay. If you're offended, that's retarded.
Yeah, you want to know why they shot Kennedy? He knew the truth. And so the government hid it. The government killed Kennedy.
Intolerance is great until you speak and you're a target. If a white man paints his face black, he's a racist piece of garbage, but you put him in a dress and he's correct.
He was about to expose the truth to the world, and that's why they shot him.
And he's gorgeous. All these double standards, man, I'm tired of the noise. Freedom's an illusion if they censor your voice. Call a dad a deadbeat for neglecting his boys, but a mom kills a baby and you call it pro-choice. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special to a new world order? Your facts ain't facts without censoring us.
Hold on, let me bring up the video. I'm sorry, I don't have it up. Yeah, Tom McDonald's talking about how, they can do this, but when we do it, they try to censor us and get rid of us. They don't want us to do the things they do. But okay, it's okay for them to do it, but, what we say is they don't want us to know, but they can do it. In other words, hypocriticalness, like social media, trying to get rid of what we say now. Monitoring everything through, hate speech and all that stuff now. You go on social media now, it's not the same as it used to be. They want to get rid of what you say sometimes. That's why people are on X now, because it's one of the largest platforms in the whole world. Elon pretty much brought back free speech when he bought Twitter back for $22 billion. He did. He brought back free speech. X is a free speech platform. They can't control X because Elon is rich. He pretty much restored social media free speech when it comes to it. X has become huge. It's the number one platform in the world. Let's see. But McDonald's trying to point out here that it's hypocritical that the globalists. I didn't mean to bring up that. Sorry. The globalists can do this stuff, but when we, the American people and the citizens, do this, they want to stop us from doing it. They want to censor us and get rid of what we do. Why do you think there's so many guidelines now on the internet? Digital age verification, and you can't go anywhere on the internet now with certain websites without having to have digital ID or your face, or to scan your face. Now you need to have a digital ID or a face scanning. You have to have a thing to prove that you're a certain age. Now you got to put your data on the internet to prove you can use certain websites. Unless you have a VPN, of course. I know how to get around it. I'm not stupid. But yeah. They're never going to get shit out of me. I'm going to protect my freedom at all costs without them having it. But, yeah, you have to have 2 forms of identification now to get on certain websites. They literally just brought in age verification in the UK for certain places. And I think Switzerland. They introduced age verification. They say this stuff is to protect children. No, it's to control you, bro.
Why they hate the flag, they try to burn it to the ground. Don't do that in front of me, I'ma let off a round. Pow, scream loud, burn the city down now. Put it on the news, make them all feel proud. Look, make a system where 85% of black people fill the prison. Is it cause they black or they make bad decisions? I ain't good at math, but it seems like it's division. Or is it white privilege? I believe politicians need to be locked up. Try to take our freedoms, that's how you get shot up. Got our back against the wall, try to just stop us. More guns, more ammunition, please stock up. Election gets rigged, rights get infringed. Take this syringe, frighten your kids, show up right where you live. Make me wanna grab a rifle and just go. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? To a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. To a new world order. And everyone blames.
Basically, he's saying, bro, they only tell you what they want to tell you. If you really want to find the truth, you're going to have to go search it.
And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing. We don't have no one to blame, we take responsibility. They tell you be a man, then call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act too feminine, they call it white fragility. I don't understand trans man with humility. I'm just trying to raise my kid the best of my ability. If I disagree, you try to cancel, get rid of me, you cancel. You
We live in the woke age, bro.
can't be the answer, you killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you, but I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone, it sucks, but it's true. They kill you, then they broadcast it and call it the news. Or they'll brainwash you through social media feeds. And if you disagree, delete you immediately. Make America China pretty easy to see. I will always remember the land of the free. You act like you're so much better.
In other words, the beast system. They already got the beast system in China. It's a credit score limit. It's a thing where they put you on a credit limit and you can only do certain things. You can only buy certain things for a certain amount of time. They control what you buy and sell.
You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? To a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. To a new world order.
And then I like this one. This one explains really what's happened the last couple of years. Right? It talks about what they've been trying to hide for years now. The Democrats and the left are all about violence. That's why they're trying to attack ICE.
They burning the country down with their progressiveness. It started with changing what gender is, then graduated.
They're about violence and hate.
Your skin don't have melanin. They don't want peace, they want skeletons.
That's why they shut the government down, bro.
Men to pretend that they're feminine. They don't want an election. They got so offended by freedom that they just try killing the president. I used to think that the woke were misguided, but now I can see that they're evil. Twitter is angry that Trump isn't dead. You know who got shot? Innocent people. Thought y'all were tolerant. Thought we were equals. I thought you valued how everyone feels. Then why are y'all celebrating an attempted assassination like you're part of Antifa? Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave.
And you know what the funny thing is? They want to roll out digital ID in 27 countries by 2026. Don't believe we're living in the end times.
Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying, bitch, you missed. They got the left can't aim. Why can't they just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane, bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Try to lock them up in a
If we have another election, I think they're gonna cheat.
cage.
That's how they're gonna win.
And kill what you hate, bitch, you missed. Told us trust the science, but it never made sense to me. Why would we put all our trust in the
I thought this was pretty interesting too, but I don't know if you guys seen the Simpsons episode. I'm kind of a Simpsons predict the future theorist, but I don't know if you've seen the episode where in 2030, by 2030, there's a female president. There's a female president at the White House, and it says that we've inherited a budget crunch from President Trump. It's called what is it? It's called I forgot what it's called, but it's pretty interesting. And in that episode, Bart sees his future. He's bummed down on his luck. His sister's the president. It's the first female president, and there's it's like an AI digital future. Basically, everything's like digital, and there's like holograms and shit.
enemy. Millions of people are hooked on amphetamines. They're making billions on untested remedies. Borders are open to people with felonies. Biden can't stop them. He don't have the energy. Y'all want to kill the man trying to fight for a better tomorrow by making him Kennedy? I tried to give y'all a chance. Like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong. Cause y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. When a protest, go hard. When a burn sites go off. But y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents. Y'all the terrorists when you're armed. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't write. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't they just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Try to lock them up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed.
I love that song. I do.
Independent journalist Michael Schellenberger has been digging into the digital ID issue.
Hold on a minute. I just want to. Yeah, so I just want to do this quick, then we'll get back to what I wanted to. We'll go back to Israel, but I don't know if y'all guys seen this. Uh-oh. My computer froze.
Who just released a lengthy piece on this on his Substack called Public. He joins us now with his thoughts. Michael, look, the argument is...
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this is Simpson president. The Simpsons also predicted Ivanka Trump running for president. Yeah, here's the episode.
This just in, Lisa Simpson has been elected the 8th president who did not go to college, joining George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and Harry S. Truman. Think about that when you're paying your student loans. Stephanopoulos out.
And I promise you that as your president, I will obsess over your welfare. Because I don't have a life. You're all I've got. And I will serve you. And we'll get right.
And that's just nuts, man. I don't like a lot of people saying when this episode aired, they were referring to that sees Lisa look like Kamala Harris with the pearls in the purple suit, purple pantsuit, you know, and everything. And the eagle lands on top of the Capitol building, and it just crumbles it. Like it's like the fall of America. It's pretty interesting. I thought that was pretty interesting.
And we'll get right on that.
Madam President, just after you were sworn in, your predecessor finally conceded.
These transitional tantrums get longer and longer.
Okay, he promised he'd leave after he did that, but you're going to be a great president.
Thank you. But maybe not a happy one. Bart! I almost hugged you.
Well, I almost wish you had.
Oh, I think I will.
I hope you do. I know what you need. Some President's Choice High Carumba.
Why did you bring that here?
A, it's legal. B, somehow still cool. And C, you really need to chill out.
Makes you wonder. It really does. Just wondering and saying like that's pretty interesting. It has to very, very interesting. I love how the eagle represents the fall of America. It's the bald eagle landing on top of the Capitol building when she's like supposed to be sworn in as president, and it crumbles it. You have to admit, just a very interesting coincidence. Anyway, pretty interesting. Lisa became president, and it looks a lot like Kamala or some other president.
In the same Bart to the Future episode mentioned earlier, a surprising prediction about Kamala Harris becoming president was made, and this was in the form of Lisa being president of the United States. After entering power, Lisa mentions that she inherited a country that was in tough financial situations from the previous president, which was implied as Donald Trump. And this prediction came through, however in part, when Kamala Harris became the Vice President of the United States in 2021. In the same Bart to the Future episode mentioned earlier, a surprising prediction...
It's like they know stuff we don't know, bro. You gotta make it, you just gotta wonder. It's like, you know, she didn't win in 2024, but she's considering running again in 2028. So it's a possibility that the last presidential election could possibly be a female-female election. It literally said Ivanka Trump for 2028. Ivanka and Harris. Possibly. But it just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder.
Lisa is...
Was that prediction after Trump leaves office in 2028? Are we gonna have another pandemic, or are they gonna cause a problem with the economy and she's going to come in and try to fix it? You know, 2024 or 2028. Or are we going to have a female president race for 2028? It makes you wonder
Does she become president by 2030? Maybe in the future she becomes president. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't 2024. Maybe it was 2028. Definitely talks about Ivanka running for president in 2028. Treehouse of Horror, episode 27. Homer says everything's way too early and then pulls out a badge that says Ivanka 2028. But it talks about how Trump put the country in a debt crisis. There's a budget crunch.
Sweet.
Excellent question. Yes, I am proud to be America's first straight female president. Helen?
Wasn't I wearing a hat?
Yes, you were. Now, in conclusion, my administration will focus on the 3 R's. Reading, writing, and refilling the ocean. Thank you very much. As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. How bad is it, Secretary Van Houten?
We're broke.
The country is broke? How can that be?
Well, remember when the last administration decided to invest in our nation's children? Big mistake.
The Balanced Breakfast program just created a generation of ultra-strong super criminals.
And midnight basketball taught them to function without sleep.
What about my pledge to build the world's largest bookmobile? Isn't there any money left for that?
No, and we borrowed from every country in the world.
Quick, Lisa, call off your phone.
Anyway, so I just thought that was very interesting. We borrow from every country.
Gosh, ow!
Watch the ponytail.
Gosh,
Every country in the world.
Every country in the world.
gosh, ow!
Watch the
Country in the world. Borrowed from every country. No, and we borrowed from every...
Left for that? The world's largest bookmobile. What about my pledge to build the world's
Without sleep.
criminals.
And
Of ultra-strong super criminals. This breakfast...
children. Big mistake.
Talks about when we chose to,
Big
the
mistake.
last administration chose to invest in the nation's children.
The Balanced Breakfast program just created a generation of ultra-strong super criminals.
And
Yeah.
midnight basketball taught them to function without sleep.
What about my pledge to build the world's largest bookmobile? Isn't there any money left for that?
No, and we borrowed from every country in the world.
Quick, Lisa, call off your phone.
Gosh, ow!
Watch the ponytail.
It just makes you wonder, man. And we're seeing so much stuff about the digital ID, man. I wonder. It says Trump's pushing Saudis on Israel normalization after Gaza ceasefire. Axios reported earlier that Trump told NBS the Gaza war is over and Trump now expects Saudi Arabia to move toward peace with Israel. This is all stating for what is coming, a peace plan between Israel and eventually the Antichrist. So, something big could happen on the 18th. On November 18th of November with that meeting, and I'm gonna see what more of that is about. These are all biblical prophecy puzzle pieces coming together one piece at a time like a perfect orchestrated crescendo. Remember what Trump said, when Saudi Arabia goes in, everybody goes in. This has everything to do with expanding the Abraham Accords into the Abraham Alliance. I figured he was going to try to get him to join the Abraham Accords. U.S. we've done all the things you, MBS, asked for. MBS holds the cards. Saudi Arabia's swing power role as the birthplace of Islam and home to Mecca. Medina, Saudi buy-in would legitimize the process for conservative states like Qatar, Oman, or even Indonesia and Malaysia to join the Abraham Alliance. Trump called it a game changer for lasting peace, potentially sidelining Iran. Bubba News says it's the dawn of the digital undead. This is unreal. This is AI keeping grandma around forever. What if the loved ones we lost could be part of our future forever? Reanimation startups are piling up like moldy corpses in a New Orleans necropolis. These stations have snappy names too, like Rememory, Eternal Me, Dead Social, and Hereafter AI. Your story is your voice forever. MIT's Media Lab has a project called Augmented Eternity. My ultimate goal is to bridge the gap between life and death by internalizing our digital identity. Innovation Director Hasanare Hanema says proudly, your physical being may die, but your digital being will continue to evolve. Transhumanism is here. Alright, I want to see this real quick. Need to eat something. No.
He's getting bigger.
Baby Charlie.
See? Oh, honey, that's wonderful.
Mm.
Like easy. He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that.
It feels like he's dancing.
Oh,
Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me?
once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because she didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun. I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about basketball. What about the crush?
Stop. Grandma, stop talking.
Just tell me one thing.
Who's going to be a great grandmother?
Oh, Charlie. Oh, congratulations.
She says that he's been kicking a lot, though. Like, a little too much.
Tell her to put her hand on her tummy and hum to him. You loved that.
You would have loved this one.
You can call anytime.
Okay, Mom, I just need a quick video.
This is like an audition or something?
No, Mom. Just 3 minutes.
Nemo. That's right. I can play the piano.
Wow, that is crazy.
I'm absolutely. I'm your mother after all.
With 2 watt, 3 minutes can last forever. Wow. Wow. Bubba News says we're still watching Damascus for a build-up. The Israeli Air Force just used a drone to carry out a target assassination attempt on a target near Araman Mosque in Al-Mazaya, Damascus, Syria, near not the 86th Brigade base itself, resulting in at least 1 death. Al-Mazaya is a high-security area known for housing military installations, government buildings, and diplomatic facilities, including the Syrian Defense Ministry and Iranian-linked sites. This area is a frequent target for Israeli operations aimed at disrupting Iranian and and Iranian proxy militant activities. Based on open source intelligence, OSINT reports circulating today, the strike focused on a specific individual or small group near the Al Ramin Mosque in Al Mazaya. These airstrikes often target IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, Iranian advisors, Hezbollah operatives, or Syrian officers coordinate and set up the arms and weapons transferred to Lebanon, Hezbollah, and Gaza, Hamas. U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to reach a security defense agreement with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman that would allow the Saudi kingdom to purchase F-35 stealth planes. Bloomberg reported citing an administration official. Trump wants to make another deal. Trump is a definite businessman. This F-35 sale, if it materializes, would constitute a major concession from the United States to Saudi Arabia, as Trump urges Saudi Arabia to adhere to the Abraham Accords and get on board. U.S. and Arab states, the Gaza peace plan, a sincere path to Palestinian statehood. The U.S. and the 8 nations issue a joint statement backing a UN resolution endorsing Trump's Gaza peace plan, calling it a sincere path to Palestinian statehood and regional stability. Interesting. U.S. says its plan to post-war management of Gaza offers a pathway to Palestinian statehood. Great fund by Bro Keegan Fernandez. The U.S. and organized joint statements with Qatar, Egypt, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Pakistan, Jordan, and Turkey to get them to support Trump's UN Security Council resolution to be put forward to vote as early as Monday at the UN Security Council. The plan provides a viable peace path toward peace and stability, security, not only between the Israelis and Palestinians, but for the entire Middle East region. It will continue to hear more and more of peace and stability, but then it will switch back to peace and security. 1 Thessalonians 5:3 is still coming. This is just the beginning. This is not normal for Damascus. It says it sounds like a false flag operation wanting to begin something bigger. The rocket attack in the district of Damascus was not from an Israeli drone after all. A Katyusha rocket went through a window and 2 walls of a residence. These were launched from mobile launchers on the ground, the Syrian Defense Ministry said. Katyusha rockets hit the building and 3 civilians. Katyusha rockets are never Israeli. Families in a normal, quiet, upscale neighborhood were hit inside their homes. Authorities opened an investigation and increased security around key roads. Raises concerns about non-state actors operating around Damascus, in other words, not Jelani's men. This was a precision strike into civilian face that avoids the usual patterns of regional strikes. Watch for claims of responsibility, possibly. The Guardian reports the U.S. is advancing a plan to permanently divide Gaza. That plan will create a militarized green zone under Israeli national combo control in a devastated red zone where the Gaza people remain. Washington is preparing for a long-term situation of not war, not peace, entrenching Israeli control along Israel's line instead of restoring Palestinian unity by Israel's full withdrawal. The plan replaces earlier proposals for fence-safe communities with no alternatives, while Group A groups warn that Gaza is being pushed toward permanent separation, aka fragmentation. With over 80% of the Gaza Strip destroyed and foreign governments that refuse to send troops into a war zone, The U.S. proposal risks limiting new Israeli sovereignty, gaining land Obadiah 118 under the skies, under the guise of stabilization and reconstruction. In other words, they will only rebuild in the area that Israel has control between the yellow line and Israel's official borders. The U.S.-led resolution on Gaza in the UN Security Council is huge. The United States has circulated a draft resolution to the UN Security Council endorsing President Donald Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, which focuses on establishing a transitional governance structure in Gaza, a board of peace chaired by Trump, authorizing a 2-year mandate for international stabilization forces, facilitating humanitarian aid, and outlining a conditioned pathway toward Palestinian self-determination and statehood. This plan builds on a March 2025 Arab Summit UNIQ aims to replace Hamas governance with a temporary administration involving the Palestinian Authority, while coordinating with Israel, Egypt, and others for security and demilitarization. The draft was formally shared with 15 council members last week for negotiations on wording and substance. Interesting. However, Russia presented a central proposal on November 14, 2025, emphasizing an immediate ceasefire of Palestinian statehood and unity between the West Bank and Gaza without endorsing the U.S. Stabilization Forces or a Board of Peace Governance Board. The U.S. mission warned that such discord could lead to grave consequences for Palestinians if it delays adoption and risk of ceasefire right now. Negotiations are ongoing with tensions rising within the U.S., its allies, and other members like Algeria, the Arab representative. The UN Security Council could vote as early as next week if consensus emerges, but Russia's counter-text increases the likelihood of deadlock or competing votes. Here's where it gets nuts. The next scheduled meeting on the Middle East, including the Palestinian question, is November 18, 2025, which will include discussions and a vote. November 18th is when MBS from Saudi Arabia meets with Donald Trump in D.C. Something is indeed changing. Yeah, something big is going to happen on the 18th. Alright, I'm going to go get something to eat, because I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. COVID lockdown model for digital ID deployment. Reese report. President Trump said to attend the World Economic Forum in Davos this January. They're going to lay out the red carpet for him. Alright. Let's see. COVID lockdown model for digital ID deployment. Greece report. What's going on with the internet? Not this crap again. Fucking hell, great. It's doing it again. Great. I'm not in the mood for this. If the internet's gonna do this, I'm just going back to bed. Look, I'm not in the mood for this. I don't want to have to fix videos in the network again. I'll go to that whole thing again. Trump weighs updated all military options for Venezuela. CBS News. Possible land strikes including no final decision yet made. USS Gerald Ford. Already near Venezuela along with a flotilla of destroyers and warplanes. The U.S. Secretary of State confirmed first that Russia demands the entire country's territory of DPR from Ukraine. We can only judge by what we see. He have clearly stated that they want all Donetsk, and of course the Ukrainians will not agree to that. So yes, that is the conclusion we have to draw. They have many demands that Ukraine cannot accept. We are now at the point Rubio said. At that point Rubio said. Judge demands ICE release hundreds of IL detainees. Breaking federal agents are in West Virginia training to redeploy to major cities. County Border Patrol Chief, you can guarantee it. The Title 8 mission is going to continue. Interesting. Trump personally called Representative Lauren Boebert, encouraging her to withdraw support for a bill releasing Epstein files. Thomas Macy says Trump directly pressured GOP holdouts Boebert and Mace MTG to amend the Epstein files petition. President Trump and his team have been working to get to GOP Republicans Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace remove their names from the discharge petition that would force the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Axios was one. Stand with President Trump 100% on his H-1B policies. Who is with me? Pro-Trump Bob Mitchell just put a poll up in support of Trump's H-1B policies, and guess what? He's lost his own poll. Look at the numbers. This is how people literally fed up with Trump and his lies. Russia vows to fully act as U.S. sends warships to Venezuela. How Russia got her work cut out for her in Ukraine, so why pipeline? Russia has pledged to be ready to help Venezuela. The U.S. can use to reinforce its military presence near the South American nation. President Trump ordered action in the Department of War's delivering time announcing Operation Southern Spear. Led by Joint Task Force Southern Spear and South Communist Mission defends our homeland, removes narco-terrorism from our hemisphere, and secures our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people. The Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood, and we will protect it. President Donald Trump is hosting a dinner tonight with Blackstone, Steven Schwarzman, JP Morgan Chase, CEO Jamie Dimon, Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, NASDAQ Chief Adena Friedman, and Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pitt, according to CBS. And all is listed as his schedule dinner in the White House dining room at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I sent the White House photos, videos, and information about Delaney's massacres date or his meeting with President Trump. Sent them while I was on the Syrian border. I did this because people need to see what's really happening on the ground in Syria. Spent time at the Syrian border, talking to the Druze minorities that are being persecuted. Our stories mean evidence of atrocities firsthand, states believe in a way the headlines can never convey. What's happening in Syria isn't some distant conflict. Same jihadist networks terrorizing religious minorities in Syria are trying to gain legitimacy in the U.S., and people need to understand the implications. That's never absolutely weak, but I tried my best. Dr. Stephen Hatfield, Susie Wiles has crushed my heart. They've jumped into bed with Big Pharma. They're not going to be any criminal prosecutions of Fauci. There's not going to be any RICOs. They're not going to break up Pfizer up. Ray Danley and Dr. Hatfield were both fired from HHS for no apparent reason. Now Delaney alleges that HHS Chief of Staff Matt Backum and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephanie Spear are good gatekeeping RFK Jr. and pushing on the strongest health freedom allies. Dr. Mary Bowden, Stephanie Spears proven in media and media appearance. Delaney, everything, every tweet, every media appearance. Dr. Hatfield, this woman is destroying Mr. Kennedy. And Dr. Hatfield says it's behind it is also Susie Wiles, President Trump's Chief of Staff. Maxlers literally saw this and said, yeah, give me 5 of those. And we never saw her again. It's not the MRA poison, no. Huh. UK Digital ID changes to vehicle licensing rules.
America's household debt hits new record high, according to a report. Foreclosures are surged. Purchasing 20% as Americans struggle to pay mortgages and fears of 2008 stock crash soar. Roughly half of U.S. states are affected in a recession and hanging on by their fingertips, Moody's chief economist says. New vehicle repossession surging its pace on par with Great Recession. U.S. monitoring Russian ship operating in international waters near Hawaii. Prison staff fired for stealing Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney child emails and funneling them to Republican Raskin, who then leaked the stolen material to media under a whistleblower leak. Apple has announced digital ID in the United States and is offering a beta version. It's promoted as safer, faster, and more convenient, but we need to take a deeper look at what it means for dignity to move from a wallet to a device that cannot fully control. When all personal information is stored in a single centralized system, a new level of vulnerability arises. If the system fails, malfunctions, or its compromised access to everyday life can be blocked. Travel, purchases, and identity verification all suddenly depend on whether the technology works and who can access the data. And when datagies start to connect with other systems like health records, financial accounts, even bigger questions arise. Who is watching? Who decides what you can access? The USA just rolled out full-scale digital ID. While you're being gaslighted and you're struggling to survive, they're quietly rolling out tyranny on your smartphones that will soon lock you out of central services and permanently from society.
Crazy freaking news. Okay, so digital ID is officially, and for the first time ever, live in the United States, and it was quietly launched this afternoon through the Apple Wallet. Go check if you don't believe me. The option is now there. Now I don't even have automatic updates set. I don't even know how it got in there. So they're beginning with 12 states and Puerto Rico with plans to rapidly expand to the rest of the nation. Apple calls it secure and private, but critics say that this is the first major step toward a centralized ID system, laying the groundwork for smart city surveillance, biometric checkpoints, carbon credit scores, and a future where your ability to drive, work, or even buy groceries can have a digital compliance for taxes to you. Yeah, silly little things like that. Crazy freaking news. Okay, so digital ID is officially, and for the first time ever, live in the United States, and it was quietly launched this afternoon through the Apple Wallet. Go check if you don't believe me. The option is now there. Now I don't even have automatic updates set. I don't even know how it got in there. So they're beginning with 12 states and Puerto Rico with plans to rapidly expand to the rest of the nation.
Okay.
Apple calls it.
There we go. China has released an army of robots for war with the USA. Citizen-based G-Bitch tech robots are now the world's first mass-delivered industrial humanoid robots. Hundreds of Walker S2 units have already left the factory. Mass products being earlier than promised. Ubitech's order book is enormous, and the first batches are going straight to major industrial players. BYD, Geely, VW, Volkswagen, Dunfig, and Foxconn. AI is inventing new weapons, religions, and its alien, non-organic intelligence. What could go wrong? Verizon, 15,000 jobs. Paramount, 1,600 jobs. Starbucks, 1,100 jobs. Workday, 1,700 jobs. Procter & Gamble, 7,000 jobs. CBS, 48,000 jobs. ConocoPhillips, 3,000 jobs. Intel, 25,000 jobs. Microsoft, 9,000 jobs. Amazon, 30,000 corporate jobs.
Tech sector, including Amazon, will have 1,000 layoffs plus layoffs. Yet Trump says our job market is strong. U.S. agrees to $330 million on sale of fighter jets to Taiwan, drawing rebuke from China. President Trump says he finalized the decision regarding Venezuela and cannot reveal more details for now. Word within 72 hours in Venezuela, the U.S. ground invaded draft and more coming. Remember COVID started in Washington State last time. A person in Washington State tested positive for H5N1 bird flu, the first time H5N5 has ever been found in a human. Huh. Yeah. Makes you wonder. "51-meter, 167 statue foot of the Virgin Mary named Our Lady of Fatima was recently inaugurated in Crato, Brazil. The statue is taller than Rio's Christ, the Redeemer statue. A statue in Crato, Rio, Brazil, and 51 meters, 167 feet tall. It was officially inaugurated on November 13, 2025. It is taller than the famous Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro, which is 30 meters, 98 feet tall, with additional 8 meters, 26-foot pedestal. Wow. Alright, footage from Damascus. All photos circulating. These photos are not relevant to the current reports in Damascus. Circulating videos a year old and not relevant to the current explosion report in Damascus. Arabic media report an explosion in the Mesa area of Damascus, capital Syria. According to this report, this explosion has left several people ill and injured. Syrian television reported that a missile struck a 3-story building in this area. Some Syrian media outlets also reported the explosion resulting from an unknown attack on a building. Hamas, amid the weather depression hitting the Gaza Strip, the humanitarian tragedy experienced by hundreds of thousands of displaced people from our nation has worsened after rainwater flooded the fragile tents and caused destruction of what remained on their basic needs. The camps have turned into pools of mud, and thousands of families found themselves without shelter to protect them from the winter cold. And a scene that reflects the escalating suffering people in the besieged Gaza Strip. This tragic situation confirms the urgent and immediate need for relief and shelter and the continued delays by the occupation in allowing humanitarian aid tents and caverns to enter. We call on the guarantors to agreement as well as the United Nations, the Arab League, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to urgently act to deliver humanitarian, medical, and shelter and official reports for the protection of displaced and providing them with the minimum requirements for decent life amid the catastrophic reality created by the criminal Zionist occupation. In October, UNIFIL statement, 14 November 2025, UNIFIL peacekeepers conducted a special survey of a concrete wall erected by the Israeli Defense Forces IDF southwest of Iran. The survey confirmed that the wall crossed the blue line, rendering more than 4,000 square meters of Lebanese territory accessible to Lebanese people. UNIFIL informed the IDF of our findings and requested that they move the walls. In November, peacekeepers observed additional T-wall construction in the area. A survey confirmed that a section of wall southeast of Irun also crossed the blue line. We formally informed the IDF of our findings here as well. A new wall between Eritrean Morin arises south of the blue line. There's real presence in the construction of Lebanese territory are violations of Security Council Resolution 1701 and of Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity. We can call on the IDF to respect the blue line and its full length and withdraw from all areas north of it. Head of the Iranian judiciary has issued instructions to all its elements to correct assassinations inside the country. All elements of the attack of fear, hypocrisy, and our royal socialism been used to carry out terrorist operations by our intelligence system was strong. European Foreign Minister will discuss next week a proposal for the bloc to take a lead in training 3,000 Palestinian police officers with the aim of later deploying them in Gaza. In a paper produced by the bloc's diplomatic arm, head of the other ministers on November 20th, officials outlined options for contributing to the implementation of a 20-point plan for Gaza proposed by U.S. President Donald Trump. In the document, the European External Action Service outlined proposals to expand the bloc's 2 civilian missions in the region. In a document, the European External Action Service outlined proposals to expand the bloc's 2 civilian missions in the region, which focuses on broader assistance in supporting the Palestinian authorities, policing, and justice reforms. The UAE's police support mission could take leadership in training the Palestinian police force in Gaza by providing direct training and support to approximately 3,000 Palestinian police officers on the pay roll from Gaza with the view to train the full 13,000 Palestinian police force, it said. The paper also raises the idea of expanding the EU's civilian border monitoring mission in Rafah to other border crossings. The prospects from EU moving ahead with these initiatives are unclear. Russia on Thursday proposed its own draft of a UN resolution on Gaza in a challenge to a U.S. effort to pass its own text that would endorse President Trump's plan. Rising digital control happening now. Earlier today, Friday, terrorists were identified crossing the yellow line, approaching IDF troops in the southern Gaza Strip, posing an immediate threat to them. Following the identification, IDF troops eliminated terrorists in order to remove the threat. IDF troops in the southern command remain deployed in accordance with the ceasefire agreement and will continue to operate to remove the immediate threat. Alright, I think that's everything. Although there are atrocious things happening in Sudan, there are many AI videos being released. Please be careful when sharing content. These videos are AI and posted as examples. In the horrifying testimonies of former hostages of Viet and Keith Siegel for the UN Committee Against Torture in Geneva about the nightmare that endured during the captivity of Palestinian terrorists in Gaza. Oh boy. Well, I'm just ready to get out of here, man. I'm ready to get out of this world. So sick of this world and everything in it. Just want to go. I want to leave. Just hope the rapture soon. I really do. Just ready to get out of here, man. I hope that we're going to be leaving soon. Let me see what's going on with things.
Good evening, people watching the 65. I'm going to give you the same verse of scripture I gave earlier, Joshua 3:5. And Joshua said unto the people, sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again on the third day according to Scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, and how we kept saved, with his blood. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and your trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus, you are protected by the blood of Jesus, you are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time, and you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will dwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So this just happened. I was looking at this earlier, and someone sent this to me. Iran has seized a tanker in the Straits of Hormuz. So U.S. officials says as tensions remain high in the region. So this just came out. It says United Arab Emirates, Iran seized a Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker as it traveled through the narrow Straits of Hormuz today. A U.S. official said turning the ship into Iranian territorial waters in the first search interdiction in months. Iran did not immediately acknowledge the seizure, though it comes as Tehran has been increasingly warning it can strike back after facing a 12-day war in June with Israel that saw the U.S. strike Iranian nuclear sites. I don't think they have much to go on. So this is what they're going to do. I really don't. This ship, I think it's called the Talara, had been traveling from United Arab Emirates onward to Singapore when Iranian forces intercepted it, said the U.S. defense official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss intelligence matters. So a U.S. Navy MQ-4C Trident drone had been circling above the area where the Talara was for hours today, observing the seizure. Flight data analyzed it, and this is by the Associated Press. So a private security firm, Ombre, described the assault as involving 3 small boats approaching the vessel. So the British military's United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center separately acknowledged the incident, saying a possible state activity forced the Talera to turn into Iranian territorial waters. Cyprus-based Columbia Ship Management later said in a statement that it had lost contact with the tanker, which was carrying high sulfur gas oil. This is something to watch out for. Now, you know what? You probably won't hear anything else about this. It said the company has notified the relevant authorities and is working closely with all relevant parties, including maritime security agencies where the vessel owner to restore contact with the vessel, the firm said. The safety of the crew remains our foremost priority. Again, this is going to be interesting to watch, because I guarantee you that crew won't last long. The Navy, because like I said, Iran has nothing to go on. It's going to take time for them to rebuild their nuclear arsenal, regardless of who's helping. They can get all the help from any nation they want. It's still going to take time. So this is the only leverage they really have, is to go out into the sea and attack whatever tanker is coming towards them. The Navy has blamed Iran for a series of limpet mine attacks on vessels that damaged tankers in 2019, as well as for a fatal drone attack on the Israeli-linked oil tanker that killed 2 European crew members back in 2021. Those attacks began after Trump, in his first term in office, unilaterally withdrew from Iran's 2015 nuclear deal with world powers. The last major seizure came when Iran took 2 Greek tankers in May of 2022 and held them until November of that year. Those attacks found themselves subsumed by the Iranian-backed Houthis. Assaults targeting ships during the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza Strip, which dramatically reduced shipping and crucial Red Sea corridor. Come on. So the years of tension between Iran and the West, coupled with the situation in the Gaza Strip, exploded into a full-scale 12-day war in June. Like I said, Iran don't have much to go on, so they're doing everything they can right now to try to prove to people that, you know, they still got something going on, which is not much. Now, so they threatened to close off the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. This is important to watch because a lot of your gas, this could spike up the gas prices, depending on how long this is and depending on how serious it is, of course. But, you know, it could definitely, who knows, it could do something. But they threatened to close off the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which 20% of all oil traded passes. It passes through that narrow gate right there. So the U.S. Navy has long patrolled the Mideast through its Bahrain-based Fifth Fleet to keep the waterways open. Like I said, I don't know how long that's going to go on. We'll keep track of it. I'll keep track of it and see what the heck's going on there. But yeah. We'll see what happens. Why did you open that door? Oh, this is cat. So scientists also, and this came out today too, and this is AI. You know what? I find this interesting. I do find AI a little bit interesting. And it says here scientists have just created an AI that can read your mind. Is that surprising? No. We are rapidly barreling towards a world where mind reading will be real. But it won't be people with Professor X like telepathy, holding two fingers to their temple and closing their eyes as they attempt to decode your thoughts. It's a technology called mind captioning. Mind captioning. A technique that can turn your brain activity into detailed text descriptions of what a person is thinking, essentially providing a running commentary of a person's thoughts in real time. Sorry. Developed by researchers at the University, of course, Berkeley. I've been to that campus in California, Berkeley. It's their bookstore. Now this was years ago, but their bookstore is phenomenal. So, but you know what? It makes sense that it's coming from Berkeley because it's so woke. That's why. I wouldn't go there now for nothing. But it came from the researchers from the University of Berkeley and Japan's NIT Communication Science Laboratories. The tech combines artificial intelligence models and MRI brain scans to essentially decode your thoughts. Now, the way it works is that first the AI model discussed over 2,000 short video clips learning to pair visual contact with written captions. This produces what the team calls a meaning signature. Yeah. For each clip, essentially a digital footprint or fingerprint of its narrative. Then another AI learns to match those meaning signatures to actual brain scans from volunteers. Of course, somebody had to volunteer for it, who watch the same videos. Once trained, the decoder can look at the new brain scan and predict what the person is seeing, describing it in sentences that are often startling accurate. Startling accurate. They are to a T accurate. If this isn't setting up for the AC and the Antichrist and the tribulation, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But I'm going to link it in the description box. I am about to do an X video, and you will see that momentarily. Thank you.
Independent journalist Michael Schellenberger has been digging into the digital eye.
Alright, I want to see what that was.
It's been 5 years
The
since the
PS6.
PS5 came out, and 1 year since the PS5 Pro came out. Yeah, crazy how fast time flies. Now, the PS6 is still a few years away. However, we've actually had a ton of leaks on it recently.
Why does my computer freeze like that?
Even Sony made a full video with some of the things to expect from the PS6. So, get a popcorn ready and let's start with the most important part, the hardware. Okay, so right now, the PS5 uses an 8-core, 16-thread CPU based on AMD's Zen 2 architecture. It is similar to an AMD Ryzen 3700 or 3700X CPU, which was a really good CPU at launch, and it is still very capable today. But it's a chip from 2019, and by the time the PS6 releases, it will be an almost decade-old CPU, so an upgrade is definitely needed. The new PS6 is set to use a custom AMD CPU based on the Zen 6 Orion architecture, leaving 4 generations ahead of the PS5 CPU. It is set to come with 8 high-performance cores and 2 efficiency cores, most likely used by the OS, so that the high-performance cores are reserved just for games. The chip is also rumored to use TSMC's 3nm manufacturing process, with a die size of around 280 square millimeters, which would place it right between the original PS5's 300 square millimeter APU built on 7 nanometers and the PS5 Slim's smaller 260 square millimeter die produced on 6 nanometers. Of course, the APU will also include the GPU, which is rumored to be around 2.5 times to 3 times faster than the PS5's when it comes to traditional rasterization, and around 6 to 12 times faster when it comes to ray tracing. All this info comes from leaker Moore's Law is Dead, who previously leaked a number of Sony consoles, from the PS5 to the PS5 Pro to even the PlayStation Portal. And even compared to the PS5 Pro, the PS6 may be around twice as fast, according to Moore's Law is Dead. This massive leap in graphic performance will apparently be made possible by AMD's upcoming UDNA architecture. He also mentioned that the PS6 may have graphics performance on par or even exceeding the RTX 4090, and that would be insane considering that this was a $1,500 graphics card at launch. There was also this YouTube video where Mark Cerny, the PlayStation lead architect, and also Jack, the senior vice president of AMD, they talk about Project Amethyst and how AI could be used to enhance game visuals and performance in the next generation of consoles. They talked about 3 new technologies co-developed by AMD and Sony: neural arrays, radiance cores, and universal compression. The neural arrays connect GPU compute units together for more performance, maximizing efficiency. Radiance cores are built onto the chip, and they handle ray tracing features, and therefore they free up the CPU to offer significant speed boosts. And lastly, universal compression is a new technology that analyzes all the data and compresses it much more efficiently than the current methods. Now, Mark Cerny was very careful to say that these features are not finalized yet, and they can only be currently tested via experimental simulations right now. But it is safe to say that these are very likely to be used in the upcoming PS6, and even the new PS6 handheld. There are separate leaks and rumors on that, and we'll be making a video on that very soon, so do subscribe for the PS6 portable. Now, given that the PS6 will probably be based on the same x86 architecture, we would also very likely see PS4 and PS5 backwards compatibility. This would be the first Sony console in 2 decades to support 2 generations of backwards compatibility, with the only other one being the original fat PS3, which had dedicated PS2 and PS1 hardware inside of it. And finally, when it comes to the RAM, the PS6 may come with a 160-bit memory bus, enabling around 640 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, or around 42% more compared to the PS5, and 11% more compared to the PS5 Pro. And according to Moore's Law is Dead, if Sony decides to use 3GB GDDR7 RAM modules, then the console can end up having up to 30 gigabytes of RAM, almost double what we have in the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. These are all massive upgrades over even the PS5 Pro, and even more massive when compared to the original PS5 and the PS5 Slim. So let me know if you're excited about the PS6 by hitting that like button down below. Future Daniel from a hotel in London here. I'm here to attend some really cool events, and I just wanted to say that if you haven't gotten your hands on a PS5 yet, or you would like to try the PS5 Pro, you don't actually have to wait until Black Friday, because our partner Raylo has some awesome plans for you to jump into. Raylo, by the way, is the leading UK tech subscription service that reduces e-waste by offering flexible and affordable plans for gaming consoles and a whole bunch of other devices too. With zero upfront cost and at just under £22 a month, you could get a PS5 Pro together with Battlefield 6 and play it at the highest fidelity of any console. And if you've already got a PlayStation, Raylo also has offers on iPhones, Macs, and Apple Watches too. So check out Raylo by using the links below. But what about the design of the new PS6? Well, the PlayStation 5 was a massive change over the PlayStation 4, and it introduced a bold new futuristic design. Just like how the PS3, when it launched, looked pretty crazy. Now, while we don't really know what the PS6 will look like, some of the rumors state that it will actually have a detachable optical drive, just like the PS5 Slim. And of course the PS5 Pro as well. And I actually don't mind this approach. All of my games over the past couple of years have been digital. So for me, I wouldn't really need that physical drive, but for people who do, then of course you would have that option to just buy that and then attach it to your PS6. But going back to the design, it is said to be a lot more toned down compared to the PS5, with a sleeker and more understated look. That's why our concept here is a slightly modified PS5 Pro that comes in black. And we may also see a new dust-proof design according to some of Sony's latest patents. This would prevent dust or dirt from entering the PS6 while still allowing for a pretty good airflow according to the patents. But what about a controller? Well, Sony is rumored to introduce a new version of the DualSense with a removable and rechargeable battery by USB-C. And that's while keeping all the great features of the previous DualSense, such as the amazing haptic feedback and the adaptive triggers. Now, one cool thing about this new controller, named DualSense V3 apparently, is that it may actually roll out sooner. As soon as November of this year, actually, together with a revised version of the PS5 Pro. And while we don't know for sure if the PS6 will use this exact same controller, it's safe to say that it could be based on it. So this controller would then give us a good idea of what to expect with a PS6. As for storage, the PS6 is more likely to come with a 2TB NVMe 5 SSD. A big upgrade from the 1TB SSD in the PS5 Slim or the 825GB SSD that we got with the original PS5, and even the newly revised PS5 Slim from last month. And with games taking up more and more storage space, this would be a really welcome upgrade, especially if you're coming from the PS5 or the PS5 Slim. Now, if you're coming from the PS5 Pro, that already came with 2TB of storage, so you wouldn't see any upgrades aside from the faster storage speeds. I'm hoping though that Sony will keep the option to easily upgrade the SSD ourselves. I actually added a 2TB SSD in my PS5 not that long ago and for a pretty good price, and the whole experience was such a straightforward one. And speaking of a straightforward experience, that's our app, Wallpapers, where we offer the highest quality wallpapers on the market, 1x1 8K, and made by our talented community of creators. We've got over 2,300 stunning wallpapers to pick from, so no matter your taste or device, you'll easily find the right fit for you. So upgrade your lock screens today by checking out Wallpapers for free. But okay, when are we expected to see the new PS6? Well, a leaker, Kepler L2, with a reliable track record, revealed that Sony has set the release dates to be in 2027. Of course, this is to be taken with a massive grain of salt, but Kepler L2 has a very accurate history of leaking console details. And besides, this would actually fit the 7-year upgrade pattern that Sony has been doing for quite some time now. The PS6 came out in 2006, the PS4 in 2013, so 7 years later. Then the PS5 came out 7 years after that in 2020, therefore 2027 does seem like the safest bet. So what about pricing? Well, there have been a lot of various leaks when it comes to this. However, the lowest price was rumored by Moore's Law is Dead, at just $500. And honestly, that would be awesome. Keeping the same price as the original PS5 but getting all of these upgrades would be surreal. For sure, Sony would be losing money on every console sold, just like they did with a PS3 at launch. But then of course, they'll make their money back from the games sold. Some of the more conservative estimates come from Tom's Guide at $599 to $649 and Digital Trends at $550 to $700. Personally, I'm expecting a price of $700, the same price as the PS5 Pro. My reasoning is that when the PS6 releases, the PS5 Pro will likely still be sold, but at the same price as the PS5 now, so for $500. So then $700 would make sense for the PS6. And besides, Microsoft also stated that the next Xbox will be a much more premium console, so I do expect Sony to pull a similar move, and for the PS6 to be more expensive than the PS5 was, especially when you take into account inflation and all the tariffs that have been introduced lately. Now, we're still about 2 years away from the PS6 being launched, and once we have more details, we'll make some more videos to keep you guys updated, so make sure you subscribe. And with the PS6, by the way, there's also said to be a handheld version of it, with a similar level of performance to the base PS5. That console is said to be dockable too, so I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the entry-level PS6, with the actual PS6 being the Pro version, so to say. But anyway, I'm personally very excited for the PS6, especially with GTA 6 coming out next year. I'm thinking that we could see some serious upgrades in graphics on the PS6 when that launches, because if you think about it, the PS6 would only launch a year after GTA 6. So if you want to see more PS6 content, then do leave a like down below and subscribe to the channel. And as always, I'm Daniel, this is Son of Tech, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Son of Tech, signing out. Cheers.
There are literally no portable consoles right now from Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft. Before you say, wait, what about modern handhelds? Let me explain why those don't count. Looking at the Switch, Switch Lite, Switch 2, and even the Steam Deck, it's pretty obvious they're designed to be held in your hands. But I think the more important question that isn't being asked is, are they designed to be taken with you? And what does that even mean? Because what's also obvious is that none of these devices were designed to fit in our pockets. Even the smaller Switch Lite is bigger than old portable consoles, and the thumbsticks are sticking out, making it awkward for you to put it in your pocket and dangerous for the console. Just this year, we saw the release of the Switch 2 and Ally X. And just a few years ago, we saw the release of the PS Portal and Steam Deck OLED. And to top it all off, some rumors are saying that the PS6 might also be a handheld. So it's safe to say we have plenty of handheld consoles, but again, do these really count as portable? I don't think so. It all started when Nintendo first released the Game Boy. There were plenty of portable consoles before then, but none as mainstream, widespread, and popular as the Game Boy.
Right,
the Game Boy is what made pocketable gaming a reality for most people. It could fit in your pocket, had fun games, great battery life, and was built like a brick. And from the Game Boy sprouted many other Nintendo hits. The Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance SP, and eventually the all-time GOAT of portable gaming, the DS. Specifically the DS Lite. The form factor as a portable console was absolutely perfect. It was self-protecting, had great battery life, great games, and not to mention, it was super cheap. It was a slam dunk, a home run, a generational success in all regards. It might just be a once-in-a-lifetime product. I actually did a whole video on why the DS was the best console ever made. But let's get back to the chase here, portable gaming. Nintendo continued to develop the form factor, and soon Sony would want a piece of the action. Marketed as more of a multimedia device and honestly more similar to the modern smartphone, the PSP could do it all. Watch movies, listen to music, and most importantly, play awesome games. While not as technically successful as the DS, the PSP was an absolute success in its own right. It had many unique features the DS didn't have and could play many games the DS couldn't. But most importantly, it was portable. Hence the name, PlayStation Portable. It was sleek and could slide into your pocket without any issues. Even the thumbstick was flat, so the thumbstick wouldn't get caught on the edge of your pocket. The most important part of these consoles that I'm trying to get at, though, is the fact that they were actually portable. They were designed to be portable from the ground up. If I put my DS in my pocket, I didn't have to worry about the screen getting scratched or the buttons getting mushed or thumbsticks getting caught, even though it didn't have thumbsticks. And in the PSP's case, I didn't have to worry about the thumbsticks being ripped off or broken because they were designed to be flush with the device. That way, it could slide neatly into your pocket. Both of these consoles were designed to be thrown into any pocket, bag, or case, ready to play wherever and whenever. So what happened today? What have consoles lost? I mean, they're still advertising portability, right? Well, they are, but it's not fully honest marketing. Here are the 4 things I think actually make something portable. Number 1 is battery life. in order to take a console around, it actually needs to last so you can play it. The DS Lite was king here. Me personally, I was able to get a week out of that battery. Modern handhelds, you're lucky to get 2 hours playing a heavy game. Number 2 is durability. It needs to be durable so that you can actually feel comfortable taking the console around, putting it anywhere, putting it in pockets, or putting it into bags. Like I said before, the DS and PSP were great in this regard. They were both durable, strong consoles. But modern handhelds, I'm kind of scared to take them anywhere because I feel like they could break from a little drop. Or the thumbstick sticking out will get caught on something, and then I don't want to get the dreaded drift problem that the Nintendo Switch had. Number 3, flush buttons and thumbsticks. In the DS's case, they were covered by the clamshell, and on the PSP, there's actually a slight curve to the edge so that the buttons are a little bit recessed. And the thumbstick itself is flat, so it's not going to get caught on anything. And finally, number 4, a small form factor. We've seen a recent trend of devices just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But is bigger always better? In this case, I don't think so. A portable device needs to be able to fit in my pocket, and I'm sorry, the Switch and Switch 2 are so far from fitting into my pocket, they just don't really count as a small form factor. Out of these 4 aspects, the DS and the PSP obviously fully embrace them, and unfortunately the consoles of today don't embrace them at all. The 3DS continued in the legacy of the DS, but unfortunately isn't supported by Nintendo anymore and isn't being made anymore. It doesn't look like in the near future we're going to get a new DS anytime soon. On Sony's end, even the successor to the PSP, the PS Vita, I find it very interesting that they got rid of the name Portable. The PS Vita had protruding thumbsticks, meaning they would get caught if you put them on the edge of your pocket. For me personally, this makes it difficult to justify as a truly portable console. In every other aspect it was great, and although not supported by Sony, it was a great console. I just don't think being portable, being able to be taken anywhere in your pocket, was a priority for Sony when they designed it. Now, as I mentioned before, I have a Steam Deck and a Switch, both of which advertise to be portable so that you can take it around and game anywhere, but they're really not. Aside from specific scenarios like lugging a big backpack around or lugging a big case around, it's kind of obstructive to take a Steam Deck around or a Switch around. No one's putting them in their pocket and walking around with them. Maybe some brave few are taking the Switch Lite around, but even then, I haven't personally seen anyone out in the wild put a Switch Lite into their pocket. On the contrary, I've seen tons of people have 3DSs in their pocket, but I've not seen anyone put modern consoles in their pocket. Microsoft has just partnered with Asus and released a gaming handheld. It's basically a portable gaming PC like the Steam Deck. Again, it looks really cool and technologically speaking is really powerful. It's not portable. And I'm not trying to slam these modern consoles. I think they're great. I own them, I play them, and in specific circumstances, they really shine. But I'm just trying to make the point that portability is not what they are prioritizing. And I'm personally pretty disappointed because us, the consumers, have been without a portable console for years. We've been told by these first-party companies that we don't need portable gaming anymore. It doesn't sell, and frankly speaking, they're scared to challenge the cell phone. But I don't think it's true anymore. I think portable consoles could sell well today. And as we'll see, third-party companies are actually starting to pick up the slack. Now, if you've really been looking for it, you will find portable consoles, just not in the way you think. These companies aren't as well known, but they're giving us what the people want. Ion, Retroid, Ioneo, and Ambernic have all recently been creating DS-like devices. Truly portable gaming. For tinkerers like me, these consoles are awesome because we can customize the software or the games any way we want. Most of these consoles just run Android. There's plenty of options too. Want a more expensive premium option with a little more power? There's the Ioneo Pocket DS. Want a cheaper, more budget-friendly option? There's the Ambernic RG DS. Or if you want something in the middle, there's the Ion Thor. But there's one big glaring drawback, something that keeps these consoles from reaching mainstream appeal. Do you know what that is? It's that they're a little too difficult to set up and use. Some people like me absolutely love the ability to customize every aspect of their console, but other people, they just want their consoles to work out of the box, and I get that. Unfortunately, with these third-party Chinese consoles, while being awesome consoles themselves, they're just too difficult to set up and use. The software experience requires hours and hours of setting up emulators, finding games, and in many cases dialing each game setting itself just to get them to run properly. This is why first-party console manufacturers have always had a significant advantage and a leg up on everybody else. When you buy a PS5 or a Nintendo Switch 2 and you turn it on, it's easy to set up. Usually the hardest part is just waiting for the update, but once you put your cartridge or your disc in, your game is ready to go. And not only is it ready to go, you can trust that most of the time, it's going to work properly too. The first-party console manufacturers have direct control over the games and thus can make the whole experience virtually seamless. And unfortunately, the stark contrast between first-party console manufacturers and third-party console manufacturers is that most people are going to be hesitant to pull the trigger on these Chinese consoles, even though they're quite impressive. So where does that leave us today? Well, I'd say that leaves us without portable consoles, but as I just discussed, that's not the full truth. If you truly do want portable consoles, there are the Chinese manufacturer options, and I do recommend them. I think they are some awesome consoles, but just know what you're getting into. It's going to be a lot of work to set up, and you're going to have to enjoy the process. If you just want to play games out of the box and have a first-party experience from Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo, well, I'm sorry, there's just no option for you right now. Although, you could go to the used market and always pick up a PSP, DS, or a 3DS, but as many of you know, the 3DS prices have been skyrocketing. I do think phones have been picking up the slack a little bit. A lot of people emulate games on their phones, and I personally am leaning into this by building my own controller, store coming soon. But I think phones are the major reason that console manufacturers are actually scared to make a portable console. I have a whole video on it. Go check that out. But I hope in the future that first-party console manufacturers will start to make them again. I'd really like to see portable gaming make a comeback, and I do think today it could be successful, because me and many others have been missing it for a long time. Thanks for watching.
Something huge has happened, and I don't say that lightly. If you own a PS5, do you ever wish you could close NBA 2K26 and open something like NBA 2K11 for a blast from the past? Or maybe you're playing the latest college football title from EA, but you really just want to hop on NCAA 06 and start a dynasty there. Or maybe you want to play NBA Street, or of course, how can I forget ESPN NFL 2K5? But you can't, because you're on a PS5, which only lets you play games that Sony wants you to play. But imagine if you could. Imagine if there was a console, you plug into your TV, you turn it on with a controller, and it just works. But it could play every single video game, old or new, regardless of whether it's a Nintendo, PlayStation, or Microsoft game, no matter from what year it's from, all from the comfort of your couch with a controller. A powerful device with the endless possibilities of a computer, but made for a couch controller like a console, with free online, no PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live needed, and it has the latest games. That's what just got announced. That is the Steam Machine. This isn't a sponsored video, I'm just giving you guys my honest thoughts as always, but this is going to change not just sports gaming, but gaming itself forever. Let me explain. The all-new Steam Machine from Valve is the coolest new piece of tech I've seen since the Steam Deck. If you haven't seen my videos on sports game emulation, I've shown how with my Steam Deck I can play the original Xbox version of NFL 2K5, along with a ton of other classic sports games, and newer games too, on the go, and with the Steam Deck dock, I can play it on my TV with these wireless controllers, and I can play anything from GTA 4 to NCAA 06 to Baldur's Gate 3. But the Steam Deck is a handheld device from a few years ago. It can't handle the latest AAA games anymore, and it can only emulate up to some PS3 era titles. So games like NBA 2K11 or NBA Elite 11 or Madden 12, for example, don't play smoothly. The Steam Machine is 6 times as powerful as the Steam Deck, with its own custom hardware that is optimized for SteamOS, meaning it'll be able to play nearly every single sports game ever made. You'll be playing NBA 2K26 on it, but you can also play any previous NBA 2K on it, all on one console, with your friends online with crossplay, and online is completely free. It's game-changing. Now, price is going to be a major factor. A price hasn't been announced yet, but I'd expect it to be under $6.99, and if it's under $4.99, it's going to pull in huge numbers. PlayStation might actually be cooked if the price is good, and Xbox is already cooked. But why buy a PlayStation and pay for PlayStation Plus when a Steam Machine, hypothetically, could already play everything a PS5 could play for the most part, future releases as well, and also play PS3, PS2, PS1, Xbox, Xbox 360, Nintendo NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii, Wii U, Switch, Switch 2 probably soon, even the damn Atari 2600 and the Sega Dreamcast. If one console can play everything with free online, and the other can play some games with paid online, and they're a similar price, why would anyone want the latter? If you're terrible at tech, and you want something that requires no setup, the Steam Machine can do that too with your Steam games. Tinkering rewards you with emulation. To me, this sounds like the perfect console. One quirk I had with my Steam Deck dock setup, which is basically a worse version of what the Steam Machine will be, is that it was a hassle mapping my controllers to emulators, because they automatically picked up the Steam Deck's own controls over my wireless ones, and I had to manually tweak each emulator to add the controllers, and it was a lot. But Valve has also announced the Steam Controller, a first-party gamepad for the Steam Machine, which would work seamlessly. Setting all of this up is going to get so much easier. You grab this and 2 controllers, and you and your bud can play literally any sports game ever made, from Tecmo Bowl to NFL Game Day 95, to NBA Live 04, to Mario Golf, to NBA 2K26. It's insane. So the Steam Machine can plug into your monitor, keyboard and mouse, and now you have a quiet and sleek mini desktop, powerful enough for modern gaming, retro gaming, video editing, coding, and more. It runs SteamOS, which is based on Arch Linux, and the desktop experience is very similar to Windows 10. There's a start button, a software center, a file explorer, web browser, desktop shortcuts. It's exactly what you'd expect, and you can use desktop mode to install or do just about anything. You're not limited or locked to the Steam store. You can get games anywhere. So if you like to wear an eye patch and have a peg leg from time to time, this will be worth it for you. You may be wondering, why not just build a gaming PC? The key here is that this is made to be used as a console or PC, not just one. A regular PC, sure, you can connect it to your TV, but it's not going to boot up from turning on your controller like this would. It won't be as simple to navigate as a PS5 would. You would need to use a keyboard and a mouse to set anything up, which adds complexity for those looking to simply plug it in and play games on a TV. Game devs wouldn't target your specific hardware when you build your own computer like they would with the Steam Machine. Devs will make sure everything can run on this, and smaller devs will create awesome tools for it. I mean, just look at EmuDeck for the Steam Deck, for example. It's a program that installs every emulator and sets them all up with one click. The software support is going to be unreal. We've never seen a powerful hybrid PC that works completely as a console or completely as a desktop with good software until now. I'm going to get extra technical for a second, but the Steam Deck paved the way for Linux to become more mainstream. Before the Steam Deck, barely any games ran on Linux, an operating system like Windows or Mac, but Valve took Wine, a project that runs Windows programs and games on Linux. They made it way better and called it Proton, and through Proton, which you don't even need to think about on a Steam Deck or a Steam Machine because it runs in the background, it translates Windows games to Linux, meaning almost everything runs on Linux now. And usually it runs faster too, because you don't have all that stupid bloat running in the background that Windows uses. With the Steam Machine, developer support for Linux is about to reach an all-time high, and that's a great thing for all of us even if you don't realize it. Linux is free and open source. It's not made for profit. It's made to be of use. It has no ads, it doesn't collect your data, and there's nothing that gets worse over time with updates. You don't get AI thrown in there without your consent. You don't get Candy Crush Saga pre-installed. You get a system that respects the user, gives the user privacy, and doesn't force you or lock you out of or into doing anything. Tech running Linux is tech with unlimited potential, and that's what gives the Steam Deck and the Steam Machine infinite potential, where something running Windows or a console like a PS5 could never have that level of potential. The Steam Machine is capable of anything. It's up to you. Giving the power back to the consumer, back to the user, to buy something and it's completely theirs. They own every inch of it, and they can customize every inch of it, hardware and software. That is the future, and we should be so happy that that is where we're headed. Kernel-level anti-cheat is the only thing left breaking games on Linux. You'll see it with online shooters like Fortnite, for example, as well as with EA Sports games like Madden 26. But I would imagine the success of the Steam Deck and the potential success of the Steam Machine will incentivize devs to go a different route with anti-cheat that works on all platforms and also respects the user's privacy more. That's also what Valve is banking on, as they've said. It feels like the next domino after the Steam Deck got 95% of games working that previously didn't. The Steam Machine is fully capable of playing Madden 26 if they used a different anti-cheat system. NBA 2K26 works, it's an EA thing, but outside of the last few Maddens, literally every single other sports game, from NCAA to Madden to NBA 2K to NBA Live to MLB to NHL, all will work seamlessly. For the casual viewer, none of that technical stuff matters. What does matter is there is about to be an end-all, be-all console that'll play every sports game ever made and give you the flexibility to play the latest releases as well, just like if it was a PS5, only with free online thanks to Steam. This is the future of gaming on your TV. No more walled gardens, no more exclusives. This wasn't a sponsored video, but instead me highlighting an upcoming product that actually excites me, which is rare for me in the gaming scene. This gives the power back to the players, the individuals, and not the corporations that want to lock everything down and make you pay for remakes and remasters because the original games aren't available. With the Steam Machine, everything is available. They also announced a new VR headset, and it also runs SteamOS without needing another device. So technically, you could emulate ESPN NFL 2K5 on it and play first-person football in literal first person. Pretty cool. Anyways, my NASCAR 25 review is almost done, but I wanted to talk to you guys about this after yesterday's announcement because a dedicated console/computer hybrid that's 6 times as powerful as a Steam Deck is going to be the greatest device you could possibly buy if you wanted just one solution for experiencing every iconic sports game as well as the latest ones. Valve says it releases early 2026, and I plan on getting one to make a video showing off what it can really do. And of course, for my own personal enjoyment, you can wishlist it on Steam right now if you want. Sure, Madden 26 sucks and sports games are arguably worse than ever, but with something like the Steam Machine, you can not only play the classics, but mod them too with updated rosters and uniforms, all on your couch like any other console, along with hit new releases you normally play on your PS5 but with free online. I know this is true because I have a Steam Deck, I do the same thing, it runs the same OS, it's just not 6 times as powerful like the Steam Machine's going to be. I'm excited, and you should be too, as long as the price isn't unreasonable. Let me know in the comments what you think, and thanks for watching.
The Gabe Cube, or what I'm liking to call it, the BBB, Big Black Box, maybe the LBB, Little Black Box, because this thing is seriously small. But leave it to Valve on just a random Wednesday to just be like, hey, we're just gonna announce 3 really massive products, and you guys will figure it out. You know, they just announced a Steam controller, a new Steam Machine that got brought back from the dead. There's also the Steam Frame, which is a VR device. And what's funny though is at the beginning of this, they teased a Steam Deck update.
We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck.
Bro, that like, hey, they're gonna be working on the Steam Deck, and I have some theories, especially with the information that we now know about the Steam VR headset. The Steam Deck is probably gonna have some extremely impressive changes going on later in the future. Right now, I guess they're not ready to talk about it at the moment. We still got a lot to go over today of this little cube. Please, Steam, reach out to me too, because I want to be a part of this. And if you actually break it down, the form factor of this, it's only 6 by 6 by 6. What the hell? Dude, that's so so small. And especially we see the hardware that is packed inside of this thing, that is also very, very impressive. The Mac Mini, 5 inches wide, 5 inches deep, and 2 inches tall. Obviously even smaller than this device from Valve, but the Mac Mini has a much lower power budget, so it kind of makes sense that it could be this size. Things like PlayStation 5 is much larger than this, and honestly don't have that much faster of hardware, and in some ways are actually slower than this device from Valve. But what is this thing? Because yes, this does look a lot like a console, and generally speaking, it is pretty similar to a console, because if you have experienced or even heard about anything, and yes, I'm recording this at 2:42 a.m. If you know anything about SteamOS on the Steam Deck, this is a very polished operating system. Like, I can just kind of scroll through my operating system like this. So here's my games and everything. And this is running on Linux right now. And if you really want to, then you can go through and then you can switch over to desktop mode. As you can see, there's a lot of things. It's still a desktop, you know, so like a bunch of bullshit happens, but Valve has done a ton of work with SteamOS to make it compatible with all kinds of games out there. Most other operating systems, like even with Apple and their Mac devices, are struggling to get like games running on a device like that. But Steam just went out there and was like, hey, we're gonna run it on Linux, and we're gonna make a compatibility layer so that Windows games can just run on Linux for the most part. So we're now at a point with the Steam Deck where it's sold millions of units, the operating system is in a state. And now, Steam can make a move and make basically your own console. It can act like a console. You just boot in and play your games. It seems like the new Steam controller. It has a built-in receiver with inside of it, kind of like an Xbox or a PlayStation, that you get a direct connection to the console with your controller. You'll probably be able to turn on the Steam machine just by using the controller, which is very, very console-like. It's a smooth experience. You get updates for the device throughout the menus and stuff. Like, it just works really smoothly, but at the same time, you still have all the power of a PC. And Valve themselves went out there and like
powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem, giving you more ways to enjoy the games you love and discover new ones.
In an open ecosystem.
Valve wants you to be able to install your own software on this device and make it your own. Most consoles want to trap you in their ecosystem as much as possible so that you are going to spend money on their stores or buy their products or get their subscription. Valve just treats customers pretty well. We like you, and that's probably why most product launches in tech, or game launches even too, don't go that positively. But look at the dislike and like ratio here on Steam's announcement. Like, that's sick. You know, they're offering something that no other platform is, and it's something similar, I think, to what Xbox claims that they want to do, where they would kind of combine Xbox with Windows and then provide Xbox games and publishing. Even Xbox is starting to partner with other companies to try to make their devices like the ROG Xbox Ally. Now we'll talk about how Xbox has responded to this a little bit later, because it is a odd response to say the least. I saw on like Twitter here is like, can someone explain this to me? Like, I'm 5 years old. Is this weaker or is this stronger than a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series X? So basically, you see these spec sheets, and we'll go out to the actual Valve website. Most people don't really know what they're talking about. I answer this guy's question real quick. The Steam machine, in CPU performance, it seems like it will be faster than the consoles that are out right now. But in terms of the graphics performance, it's probably going to be slower in more ways than you might think. Honestly, it has a major problem that is going to severely limit the Steam machine. Yeah, let's look at the specs that are provided on Valve's website. Here's some of the things. I mean, basically, it is meant to be a device that you would put in your living room and play on your TV. There's also some situations where people would have this on their desk, because this is a PC that runs Linux. You could use this as your main computer. I'll let you know, like, I don't know how good this would be to be your main device. As we go into this, I want to let you guys know that the Steam Deck, even when it came out, it's not that powerful. And especially in 2025, it's not that powerful either. And it's because they want to get this to mass market, produce a lot of them, and also try to keep the cost pretty low. So it doesn't have to be the latest things that are out there. Now the Steam machine, its CPU is a lot newer. And honestly, its CPU is pretty damn good even in today's standards. To break this down, the CPU in here is a Zen 4 6-core 12-thread processor. So your CPU, obviously the main processing power on your system. Now what I need to point out about this CPU is it is a 30-watt TDP. So that's not a super high power processor, especially in terms of like desktop processors. I mean, even low-end ones that don't draw that much power are like about 65 watts. And this is only 30 watts, which is a pretty big sign that this is a mobile processor. So one of the ones that you'd be in like your laptops and everything. This seems to be almost the exact same specs. They'll line up the Ryzen 5 7640U. I know the names are annoying, but this is a AMD processor that came out in 2022. This is Zen 4. It's a pretty new architecture. And honestly, the difference is like Zen 5 is out now, but the difference between Zen 4 and Zen 5 is not really that big. And it has a 15 to 30 watt TDP. So on Valve's website, they list this as being semi-custom. Basically, I think this is just a Ryzen 7640U, but they took out the integrated GPU because they have another GPU that's in it. And if you were to go to like desktop processors, I'm gonna hide my camera here. This is some data from Hardware Unboxed. This is pretty similar to a Ryzen 7600 on PC specs wise. But the 7600 draws 65 watts. The mobile version here is most likely going to be slower. If you do look up specifically this processor, then the ads are annoying on the site, but I just went on Passmark. This is just a website that kind of lists a bunch of, overall benchmarks for CPUs. Single-threaded performance, so this is how each individual core performs. And the 7640U, honestly, it doesn't stack up that bad in terms of the single-core performance and a lot of these different chips. Instance, the PS5 and Xbox have like a Ryzen 3600 in them, basically. So this is not bad because that is not even on this chart at all. And we go into the overall CPU performance, and what we're going to see is this processor can compare to like 8-core processors that are just a little bit older. And I think the CPU that's on the Steam machine is probably one of the strongest parts of it. It only has 6 cores, but I think for most situations, 6 cores would be plenty. Like Hardware Unboxed has done benchmarking on this. You don't necessarily need more than 6 cores on your processors. Now, something that I kind of disagree with and I'm kind of disappointed in with the Steam machine is actually its graphics capabilities. Now, this is a semi-custom AMD RDNA 3 GPU, and just so you know, the CPU and the GPU are not one. It's similar to like how a laptop works, how you have a discrete graphics card inside of your laptop, but they're both soldered, so you can't replace the graphics card if you want to. Now, a cool thing about this is you can replace the storage on it. I did see that in some videos, but yeah, this GPU is an RDNA 3 28 compute unit chip. And you see like the consoles, so like the PlayStation 5, for example, this is an RDNA 2 chip. RDNA 2 as an architecture from AMD. This came out in 2020. It is generally speaking running a 36 compute unit chip. And to be honest, the differences between RDNA 2 and RDNA 3 that came out in 2022 wasn't that big. Maybe this might get close to the performance of a PlayStation 5, but it has less compute units. It only has 28. We're going to check one of the lower end processors from the Radeon 7000 series is the RX 7600, and this GPU from the same architecture from AMD has 32 compute units. Now the desktop version of this card is 165 watts. And the more power you feed into things, generally speaking, there's an efficiency curve, but, generally speaking, you get more performance. But the one that's in the Steam machine is only about 110 watts. It isn't going to match the performance of that desktop RX 7600. And realistically, if we were to break this down, this is similar to an RX 7600M processor. In fact, this might be this exact same processor. It has 28 compute units. The TDP is 90 watts. So it seems like it's an overclocked 7600M, so a 7600 mobile processor. This is general data, it's not completely accurate, but this stacks up with basically like pretty low-end graphics cards right now. Like for instance, the RX 6600, depending how accurate this is, was a pretty low-end GPU that was going for about $180 to $200 for quite a while. It seems like it'd be slower than an RTX 3060, and I have this card, for example, the RTX 5050, The RTX 5050 struggles quite a bit in games, and it seems like even though Steam is probably going to be getting more performance out of this 7600M, probably is going to struggle to keep up with like a desktop RTX 5050. And then here is this 7600M graphics card, the mobile one. Kind of. It's the XT version. Honestly, it's okay 1080p graphics card. Does worry me because, I mean, you know, Random Game HD was testing at 1080p because that seems like what it's actually capable of. However, Steam did advertise this as a 4K 60 capable console.
Enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR.
They said that they want you to use FSR upscaling. Granted, Linus did show in his video running Cyberpunk at 4K, but it was using a little upscaling in his own words.
If you're willing to turn down the details and use a little bit of FSR upscaling.
However, this upscaling was FSR performance mode, which means it's going from 1080p all the way up to 4K in order to achieve this. Which is quite a lot. The thing that actually disappoints me about this chip is the memory that it has available to it. Now, I just made a video recently all about how 8 gigabytes of video memory, or as Asmongold likes to call it,
15 gigabytes of RAM, that's fine with virtual RAM as well, 8 gigabytes of virtual RAM. And what games will I test on it? Games to test. Okay, so, no.
8 gigabytes in 2025 has tons of problems, especially because they are targeted to play at a TV, and a lot of people have 4K TVs. The higher resolution you go, the more problems you typically have with memory. If it's going to be able to really achieve what they're wanting it to achieve, because it's kind of under-spec'd right now, you can't replace it or upgrade it. You might be able to upgrade this system memory, though.
While we couldn't go that deep today, Valve also confirmed that the memory uses standard SODIMM slots.
But overall, it seems like this device is going to be kind of straddled to like lower-end gaming. Like, it isn't super powerful, but neither are the consoles. This isn't that much slower than the consoles that are out there right now. Now, what I do find funny is that this isn't like the fastest device for running at 4K on a TV. That's a lot of pixels to push. But you could use this to stream directly to your Steam Deck. And Valve themselves claim it's 6 times faster than the hardware that's in the Steam Deck. And honestly, it doesn't take much to get that much faster. I believe them, to be honest. Overall, it seems like this device has quite a bit of ports on it. However, I just think it's kind of odd that the HDMI that is available on the Steam machine is only 2.0, when 2.1 is available, and 2.1 has been pretty standard since like 2020. And the main advantage of HDMI 2.1 is it gives you variable refresh rate. Now, this might be like a modified version of HDMI 2.0 or something, because I don't think it normally supports 4K 120. Usually it doesn't support variable refresh rate, but it does say that AMD FreeSync is available, which is a variable refresh rate technology. I don't know if that will apply to everything. Linus did end up confirming this.
It is worth noting that HDMI 2.0 port, they have tested it at HDMI 2.1 speeds, but there are a couple of features that are not implemented, so they can't call it HDMI 2.1.
I'm not 100% sure what features of HDMI 2.1 it is lacking, though. DisplayPort 1.4 can do all this stuff anyways, though, so you could just use this port, especially if you're on this as like your main PC and this is plugged into a monitor. Now, something about this setup, though, with the processors is the CPU and the GPU are completely separate. And this is a bigger deal than a lot of you guys even realize. AMD already makes big APUs, which is where the CPU and the GPU are combined into like one system on a chip. And I know, stupid name and everything. I'm glad that Valve didn't say AI in their presentation at all. At least we can escape from something. AI Max 385 is a very capable SoC that they didn't choose to use on the Steam machine. 8 CPU cores, 32 compute units instead of 28 compute units. And this is all done on just one chip instead of separating them out and making a more complex cooling solution. However, I will say that this chip seems to max out at about 120 watts, which would be a little bit lower than about the 150 watts that I'm estimating is going into the Steam machine. So Steam didn't choose to go with like a big APU. Now, this could be because of cost, like maybe it's cheaper to buy them separately and just kind of link them up in post, and maybe it's a supply issue, like maybe not that many of these APUs are made and they can't get this in this many devices. However, I think this is a huge deal. This is starting to compete with Windows. You can install this SteamOS Linux operating system on different devices out there, but the only ones that are officially supported is the Steam Deck, the Lenovo Legion Go S, ROG Ally, ROG Ally X, and other AMD-powered handhelds. And it's only the ones that have the CPU and the GPU combined onto one chip overall. Because now they're separate, and then this black box is running SteamOS. That means that we're having a separation of these things. And yes, up to this point, you can just download SteamOS and do all that stuff. And it seems like some people, like the Toasty Bros, were able to get a normal computer with a separate graphics card and a separate CPU running SteamOS, and they got it working, but they had some problems. Like, it didn't really work on their GPU very fluidly. Like, they had to swap out some things until it ended up booting with whatever GPU they ended up in it. It's been finicky, but it seems like Valve might be making progress of supporting different CPUs and GPUs, which means that SteamOS, by the day, is going to become a more and more viable ecosystem. We have a competitor possibly to Windows that is getting stronger and stronger by the freaking day. We have seen another operating system that behaves like SteamOS called Bazite that has much broader hardware support right now. Now, I think this does beg the question, isn't this what Microsoft wants to do with Xbox and bring it on to Windows and everything? Because Windows, yes, they did recently with the ROG Ally X make a skin for Windows that you can make it like a gaming system, and it's kind of cool actually. I kind of like it. Phil Spencer, the CEO of Xbox, did just tweet out after the announcement of the Steam machine, "Gaming moves forward when players and developers have more ways to play and create, especially across open platforms." Obviously, Valve completely champions open platform. Expanding access across PC, console, and handheld devices reflects a future built on choice, core values that have guided Xbox's vision from the start. Choice. As they up the prices of Game Pass. Okay, sure. As one of the largest publishers on Steam, we welcome new options for players to access games anywhere. Congrats on today's announcement. Is this an Xbox too? Phil Spencer, is there an Xbox in the room with us right now? Is this an Xbox? Is this an Xbox? Yeah, I just don't really get it. And Xbox, day by day, just looks like it is more and more freaking cooked. Now, we've heard some rumors on what the price of this Steam GameCube is going to be.
In terms of pricing, they didn't indicate exact pricing on this device yet, but they did say that they're not targeting like console pricing. They're just targeting, I guess, small form factor PCs, and it's just like supposed to be competitive with that kind of hardware. So like imagine if I had to throw a number out there, I would have guessed like $700-800.
It's a little bit concerning because obviously the Steam Deck, one of the big draws of this device is because it's very, very cheap. It's affordable mobile PC gaming. And that's because, you know, they get you in the Steam ecosystem and you buy games on Steam and you invest and reinvest into that library because the ecosystem is so good. And it kind of recoups some of the cost of the console itself. But with the Steam machine, I'm not sure if they're going to try to price this as aggressively as the Steam Deck is.
They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC, rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase. They wouldn't say why, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's partially to avoid stepping on the margin opportunities of their potential partners for Steam games and Steam software, but also because they recognize that the Steam machine is a full-fledged PC, capable of being used as a full-fledged PC.
And I've seen estimates out here which blow my mind. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm thinking somewhere around like 1,100 for the lower end and like 1,500 for the higher end. You guys are saying 700. I don't think it's going to be that cheap, guys.
Especially because he probably doesn't know that this is a pretty affordable device. Like, it doesn't have super high-end specs in it or anything like that. Like, if it were to drop for $1,100, I'm not going to lie, as much as I like Valve and everything, that product would be dead on arrival. Nobody would be buying that because you could build a much better PC for a much cheaper price. So honestly, if I were to say what price point would this work and people would go out and buy them, price competitive, maybe a little bit above a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox, because you do have, you know, open platform compatibility and everything. It's also very small and compact. $700 would be at the point where I think people would still buy it, but it would be more niche. But if it was more in the range of like $500 to $600, and you can upgrade the storage in it if you want, so you can get that base 512 gigabyte model that's out there. If it was like $500 to $600, I think that'd be a really good option because you would have like a good computer that hopefully they could recoup some of that cost on. They'd be probably not profiting that much on it. But Hardware Connects is saying they want it to be less than $400. In my opinion, that would be amazing, but I don't think that's gonna happen. what my hope is that this can be affordable. $800,000, $900,000, then yeah, that's gonna cost a little bit too much. And that'd be the disappointing part because we don't really know how much they're gonna want to charge for it. Also, this does not come with a controller like how the consoles do. Let me know what you guys think about this. Do you think they're gonna charge a lot for it? I don't think they can. To be honest, I think $600 would be a pretty nice sweet spot. Are you gonna buy one? When pre-order's available, I'm going to try to get one. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited for it. I mean, this is a hardware release that is going to progress the market a lot, and it's a much bigger stepping stone. Multiple operating systems being big on the PC platform, other than just like Mac OS, you know? Who the fuck is gaming on Mac? I'm going to see you guys in the next video. You have a good one, and peace.
Okay, now I want to watch Linus's review on the new Steam machine. I want to see that.
Valve dropped 3 absolute bombs today. The Steam Frame standalone VR headset, that's going to have to be a separate video. But this one focusing on the new Steam machine, and yes, the wait is finally over, the 2026 edition Steam controller. Let's start with a little history. Over 10 years ago, Valve announced their first version of SteamOS, a Linux-based operating system that would free gamers from the shackles of Microsoft Windows. No, it was a total commercial flop. But instead of giving up on Steam machines, Valve doubled down, working with game developers on Linux-native ports of their games and with open-source developers on the Proton compatibility layer that makes their Steam Deck handheld out-of-the-box compatible with thousands of Steam games, even ones that only ever shipped on Windows. The Steam Deck is believed to have sold millions of units at this point, and no wonder given its great balance of solid gaming and outstanding affordability. But its mobile form factor has given it certain limitations and left gamers hungry for something more substantial. And well, here it is. I'm calling it the Lunchbox. 1, because it's substantial, like lunch. 2, because it's cube-shaped, like a box. And 3, because I think this thing is going to eat Xbox's lunch. Okay, that last one was a bit of a reach. But not as far as I'm reaching for this segue to our sponsor.
Hold up, Road is having a sale, 60% off. They're easy to move, and they're easy to use, and super comfy. But I got a little friend who now can win a pair of Sennheiser HD 550 headphones. Or if you're really lucky, you may be selected to win a brand new ROG Xbox Ally X. This is fun. But hurry, you only have until November 26th. Shop now at lttstore.com.
In what has become typical Valve fashion, they've been atypically open about the new Steam machine, giving us direct access to the engineering folks who worked on these devices. The only thing I didn't have today was time, so we're going to get through this as fast as we can. At the heart of the Steam machine is a 6-core AMD Zen 4-based CPU that turbos up to 4.8 GHz with 16 gigs of RAM and an 8 gig GPU that they compared to a 7600 XT-ish. But they were also quick to point out that it might not be apples to apples thanks to their custom software stack and power tuning. Basically, the goal was that pretty much anything on Steam should run at 4K 60 FPS if you're willing to turn down the details and use a little bit of FSR upscaling. And we saw that on display with Cyberpunk running in the demo room at these settings. Valve says to expect about 6 times the performance of the Steam Deck. Now, I was a little surprised to not see an SoC with shared memory, but apparently the decision to go for discrete CPU and GPU came down to balancing cost, power, size, and performance, and also they just didn't feel like they needed to. And I guess Valve was right, because they nailed this thing. Compared to a more traditional ITX small form factor machine like the OG Steam machine reference design, you can see that it's a lot smaller. More on par with a highly integrated design like something like the Framework Desktop. Investment disclosure. Like the Framework Desktop, Valve allows customization of the front panel using these magnetic plates, and they're going to provide the CAD files so you can put whatever your heart desires on here. They even had a machine in the demo room with an e-ink display that was showing system vitals. Pretty darn cool, but unlike the Framework, it has a programmable RGB strip in the front that could be used to personalize your style or maybe show a progress bar while you switch your TV input and wait for your game to be downloaded. The sky's kind of the limit. The front of the device has a power button, micro SD slot, 2 USB 3 5 gigabit per second ports. Then the rest of the I/O is in the back, where you'll find 2 USB 2 Type A ports, a USB-C 10 gigabit per second port, no display port on there, that is worth noting, gigabit Ethernet, power in for the integrated power supply. Good gravy, this thing is compact, as well as an HDMI 2.0 and DisplayPort 1.4 port. It is worth noting that HDMI 2.0 port, they have tested it at HDMI 2.1 speeds, but there are a couple of features that are not implemented, so they can't call it HDMI 2.1. Also at the back, we have a large 120mm cooling fan that draws air from both the intake on the bottom, that comes up through the power supply, as well as the large heatsink on the front. We're going to crack this thing fully open in a sec, but first, I want to talk about the Steam controller. No, not that Steam controller, the new one, with the exact same name. Before you ask, yes, I made my case to Valve that this is unnecessarily confusing. No, they're not going to change it. The good news is Valve learned a lot from the first Steam controller, and this appears to be their most complete offering ever. To be fair, the original was really cool. I mean, it made non-controller games finally playable from the couch, thanks to their innovative haptic touchpad. They also unlocked novel input schemes with gesture control or like swiping with momentum. But they also turned off a lot of folks due to their deficiency of traditional joysticks. Well, that's solved now. The Steam controller is everything that is great about the controller on the Steam Deck, but usable when your Steam Deck is in dock mode, or with your Steam machine, or with any other PC, investment disclosure. On the surface, it offers up a conventional ABXY button layout with a PlayStation-style symmetric joystick design that will work seamlessly out of the box with basically any game. The trackpads have been repositioned to better accommodate the arm's natural position while holding a smaller device compared to the wider Steam Deck, and all of the usual Valve buttons are included. A Steam button for opening the menu, their quick access button for bringing up the SteamOS overlay, 4 rear programmable buttons. The face buttons are satisfying with a nice amount of resistance, and the D-pad has been tuned from the Steam Deck for better feel. It feels okay to me, but I only got a couple minutes with it before Valve blew my mind. The joysticks are next-generation TMR or tunneling magneto-resistant joysticks, boasting superior accuracy and durability even compared to Hall effect joysticks. And the controller has been designed from the ground up for a superior gyroscopic aiming or mousing experience with capacitive thumbsticks and even capacitive grips, so you can configure your gyro to enable or disable depending on whether you put your thumb on the stick or even by simply loosening your grip, say to recenter and then reactivate gyroscopic aiming. They had a great demo with Balatro showing how you can use the game's built-in controller compatibility like a pleb, or, hear me out, trackpads with the right for movement and the left one split down the middle for left and right click. Or, hear me out again, gyro mouse using the face buttons for clicks. And if you don't care about gyro aiming, these capacitive inputs are all remappable as well, opening up a whole world of possibilities. Let's go even deeper. In addition to the haptic, texture-like feedback that you know and love from Valve's previous touchpads, the Steam controller has been upgraded with large rumble motors for better immersion and a large battery that they claim should be good for 35 hours in the most demanding applications, and even better if you don't need quite as much rumble. But I haven't even talked about the best part. If you've ever gamed over Bluetooth, you know that it can be inconsistent at best. Valve's solution? The puck. Every Steam controller comes with a wireless dongle that clips magnetically to the Steam controller using a couple of nice, strong alignment magnets. And it uses a proprietary 2.4 GHz wireless interface that Valve claims is good for about 8 milliseconds end-to-end latency and offers up superior resiliency when you're using multiple controllers. It allows 4 controllers per puck, so that's not as good as the Xbox dongle, which can do 8, but Valve has tested up to 4 pucks on a single system for a maximum of 16 players, meaning that you're probably going to run out of seats on your couch before you run out of controller compatibility. The last chef kiss on top is an IR emitter that's cozied up beside the power LED to help you find your controller when you're in VR. I love it. Now let's get back to the Steam machine who got naked while we were busy. Oh, you. While Valve's goal was to build something that is zero hassle, grabbing game for the non-tinkerers. They really were laser focused on a console-like experience with quick suspend and resume and modern standby so that your games are already updated when you sit down to play. They also fully acknowledge that there are folks out there, guilty, who are tinkerers, and they've come up with an ingenious design for this thing that allows it to cater to both audiences. In advance, no, you're not going to be swapping out the BGA soldered processors. But what you can do is upgrade the storage with next to no hassle to a 2230 or larger 2280 sized M.2 drive. And while we couldn't go that deep today, Valve also confirmed that the memory uses standard SODIMM slots. Finally, while Valve hasn't actually told iFixit that this product is coming yet, they did say that they're hoping to continue their partnership that they've had on the Steam Deck, making replacement parts available for end users. Awesome. Since we're in here, by the way, there are some really cool details that I'd love to highlight. The power supply, for one thing, is fully integrated to the point where it's actually part of the chassis, and the cooling solution pulls air directly through it, which avoids any need for it to have its own fan. The aforementioned Delta cooling fan is actually slightly thicker than the standard 25mm for extra static pressure, and it includes antenna mounts that are integrated into it, along with I/O mounts. Cool, right? Oh, this is actually a great look at the 4 antennas. So this is the back of the device, where you have your 2 antennas for Wi-Fi 6E. Then if we flip it around to the front, we've got 1 antenna for Bluetooth peripherals, and another one that is dedicated to your Steam controller or controllers. So that puck that's included with your controller is actually extra, and you could chuck it on another PC or next to your couch for charging. A major question mark, though, is of course price. Valve wasn't able to give any specific numbers due to rapidly evolving market conditions, but they will obviously have it nailed down when the Steam Machine launches in Q1 2026 alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint, though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC, rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase. They wouldn't say why, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's partially to avoid stepping on the margin opportunities of their potential partners for Steam games and Steam software, but also because they recognize that the Steam Machine is a full-fledged PC, capable of being used as a full-fledged PC. There's no guarantee then that, say, a corporate purchase of 10,000 of these things would result in a single game sale. So they really do need to protect the sustainability of their hardware business. Another major question mark is, where the heck is standalone SteamOS for custom PC builders? Well, we aren't going to get a formal SteamOS release for BYO hardware configurations anytime soon, but Valve has expanded the list of supported third-party devices, and they have supported installing the Steam Deck recovery image on AMD CPU and GPU systems for some time, and recently updated it to support their latest Zen 5 and RDNA 4 architecture processors. So nothing prevents you from building your own Steam machine and installing the software for free, though you will miss out on some things. HDMI CEC control, for instance, required Valve to build a custom motherboard in order to have your computer turn on alongside your AV receiver. And to get that on a BYO PC would require some serious cooperation between hardware makers that I don't know if we should hold our breath for. But the bulk of the experience should work pretty much out of the box. We may even get a release that supports a broader range of hardware in the future. But the vibe I'm picking up on around here is that it really depends on better support for Intel, and especially NVIDIA GPUs. I'm also picking up this vibe to our sponsor.
What up? Hey man, I got a new couch and I think I need some help. Bro, you know I got some stuff to do today. Come on and won't take the couch right now. You made it. What the heck is this?
I tried to get through everything, but I only had about 4 hours to get briefed on everything, write, and film, so my apologies. Now, assuming that one's up yet, go check out the video on the Steam Frame VR headset, because it's a game changer, it's a big deal. Please make it clear that this is not a real product. Sorry.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Jake. From California. Did you know that the Wii U fucking rocks? Yes, I'm serious. Come on, wait, hear me out. Get off the stage, stuff was. You too, buddy. I'll have you know I consider that comparison an honor. But really though, we all know that the Wii U was a laughing stock when it was current.
It sold terribly, its software library was famously unappealing, and its main gimmick, the gamepad, was at best underutilized. But now that it's not the mid-2010s and the Wii U is relatively cheap and easy to mod, the chains are off. If you're willing to do a little bit of tech tinkering, which, if you're watching this video, chances are you do, the Wii U is perhaps the most versatile and useful modded console you can own. In terms of the amount of games it can play, Homebrew can run, its inputs and outputs, plus a couple special gimmicks, I think it is absolutely unmatched by any other modded game console. Let me show you why.
Hey all, Seth here. So the Wii U, huh? What a strange era for Nintendo. I actually owned this Wii U while it was current, so I was there in the trenches back then. Of course, the only reason I actually bought this unit refurbished from Nintendo was to...
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Share, subscribe, like this video, make sure you put your prayer requests at the bottom. We're going to go over some thank yous at the end. First, we're going to start out with all the craziness we're seeing tonight. We've now found out that we're selling $330 million sale of fighter jets to Taiwan, and China's not happy with that, on top of everything else that's going now. Also tonight, late tonight, word is coming out that Trump has made a decision on what he's going to do with Venezuela. Now, he's not come out and said anything that he's going to do, but it also plays a lot into this. Remember we talked about they cut off all the rare earth metals? This was part of that. So in retaliation, China does not like having anything sold to Taiwan, and then we turn around and make this deal. It says China's not happy with Trump. No more rare earth minerals for you is what they're saying. So, boy, I tell you, it's hitting the fan all over the place. Full-scale war coming to the world with US being the epicenter, and that's what it looks like right now. On top of the Venezuela, like I said, Trump says he's finalized his decision regarding Venezuela, but he cannot move with the details yet. Now, something else we haven't really mentioned. The aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford, now that it's there, and I don't think it's there yet. I think it's still got like maybe 3 days before it gets in position where it needs to be. What is today? Today's right. We might see this thing go hot tomorrow, this weekend. It might be when we see it go hot, so expect to see that across your news feed very, very soon, the way things are going. All right, there was something else here that's very important. Let's see. Where am I at? That is not it. China has warned its citizens against traveling to Japan. Them and Japan are scuffling right now as we speak too. The whole world is at this point. We all know this. This right here was important. I need to get back here. Here we are. Listen to this. Thousands of job layoffs planned in 2025. So this right here is what we're looking at. Remember we talked about earlier how everything's just falling apart quickly. We find out why, because we're secretly backing this two-state solution, and we're leading it up. Verizon, 15,000 jobs cut. Paramount, 1,600 jobs. Starbucks, 1,100 jobs. Workdays, 1,750 jobs. Procter & Gamble, 7,000 jobs. UPS, 48,000 jobs. Conoco Phillips, 3,000 jobs. Intel, 25,000 jobs. Microsoft, 9,000 jobs. Amazon, 37 jobs, corporate jobs. The tech center, including Amazon, will have 100,000 layoffs. Yet Trump says the job market is strong. Like I said, it's all in disguise, every bit of it. And we're not saying that to pick on him. We're just telling you the truth, that they're just lying about everything that's coming out of their mouths. And a lot of that's because Trump inherited a sinking ship. We said that before he ever got in. He inherited. They knew it was going to crash. He knew what he was looking at when he went in. He knew it was going to crash on his time. He had the plan for a backup. That's why he's been bringing in the digital system. That's why he's been building all these data centers that lead to the digital ID, all that stuff. That is him and his buddies. That's their backup plan. We've told you over and over, no, they're not going to do it. They're doing it. Everybody he surrounded himself with, that is their plan. He's not surrounding himself with anybody that has a different plan on the. Every one of them's World Economic Forum backers. Every one of them. Remember, when he becomes president, the first thing he did not even address the American people. He addressed the World Economic Forum. He addressed them before he did anybody. People, all you got to do is do your research. The truth was there from the beginning. Nobody wanted to see it. Everybody, and I understand it. People wanted things to come back. They wanted to sink all these bad people. Trust me, we all would love to have seen all the swamp.
Come here, baby.
It's never going to happen. None of it, because it's too far gone. We've said it. The only way this gets fixed now is Jesus. That is the only way it gets fixed, people. That's just the bottom line. There's no other way of looking at it. The plan comes from President Trump's 20-point framework in the Declaration of Peace and Sustainable Prosperity. All right out of the scripture.
Have you been outside?
This will authorize a 2-year mandate under the end of December 2027. This also commits Washington to establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon to have a peaceful, prosperous coexistence, which the Bible tells you do not believe. Key points. Gaza would be run temporarily by the International Board of Peace. Boy, I tell you, somebody needs to bake Paula cake because, boy, everything he said is right here. The PA would take control only after full reform. The international force would secure borders, dismantle Hamas, and destroy terror structures, which we don't know is going to happen either. IDF withdrawal would occur only if the force achieves stability, which is not happening, and the list goes on and on. Now, a vote could happen as early Friday or Monday. And remember, now we've put it on a docket. We've not hid this. We've put it out there that we're working on a two-state solution with America on this ballot. So it's finally making itself out. It's not in disguise. This is huge right before Trump meets with the MBS on Tuesday on the 18th. This is a seismic shift in the ongoing UN Security Council negotiations over Gaza and the Palestinians' future, especially coming from the U.S.-backed draft resolution. I'm going to get into something else about that here in a minute. On November 13th, the latest of the resolution aimed at authorizing the International Stabilization Force in Gaza explicitly nods to Palestinian self-determination and statehood for the first time ever by the U.S. Now you know why the jobs are falling, this country's falling apart. Now you know. It is a direct response to the pushback from allies and adversaries. Like I remember, he's in bed with all the Muslim leaders over there. Also Saudi Arabia. And he wants a two-state solution. Trump is going to go with their lead, and that's what's happening. All right, the big addition, statehood language to address criticism of early versions ignored Palestinian aspirations. The draft now states that after reform to the Palestinian Authority or faithful carried out by Gaza redevelopment has advanced, the conditions may be in place for a credible pathway to a Palestinian self-determination and statehood. In other words, they're going to divide Jerusalem. Like I said, we ain't going to see it. It happens inside the tribulation, but right now they're drawing up the plans and we're leading it. It's conditional and vague, but no firm timeline or guarantees. We've already told you. It does not happen now. It happens inside the tribulation. The Antichrist will get it done. They will fail at it. But he's going to use this and he will make it better. This isn't full UN membership or immediate recognition yet. It's more like a maybe someday carrot to keep staking. Like I said, it won't happen today in our time. It happens in the tribulation. That just tells you, if you don't get it by now, there's no getting it. This happens in the tribulation. If they're doing this now, putting it out there, putting it in ink, that means the rapture of the church is here. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but the scripture tells you the rest. The rest of this happens inside the tribulation. We do not see any of this. We do not see them put the ink on the paper. We don't see it. Happens in Daniel's 70th week. The Antichrist will make this happen. And they're doing the plans right now. It's why God is warning everybody. Remember, he's already put out the cry. He's already told everybody what's about to happen. Right there's your proof that it was the truth, that cry went out. Right there it is. So you can believe what you want to believe, but right there it is in writing, and they're doing it. Russia presented a counter-proposal on November the 14th, emphasizing the immediate ceasefire of Palestinian statehood and unity between the West Bank and Gaza without endorsing a U.S. stabilization force or board of peace governors. So everybody's fighting over who's going to separate that land. This is crazy town. The U.S.-led resolution on Gaza in the UN Security Council is huge. The United States has circulated a draft resolution to the UN Security. We just talked about that. The plans built on March 2025 Arab Summit and temporary administration involving the Palestinian Authority while coordinating with Israel, Egypt, and others in the security of all this happening. The draft was formally shared with 15 council members last week for negotiations and wording and substance. Like I said, it's all being drawn up in your time. That, my friends, is the end. All right, this just came out. Top officials present Trump with military options for Venezuela in the coming days. Now, the carrier's there. Expect it to happen. Senior military officials said on Wednesday, presented President Trump with updated. Now, he's already come out tonight and said he's got the plan, but he's not telling anybody, including strikes on land, according to multiple sources familiar with the meetings. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Staff Dan Kane, and senior officials briefed the president on the military option for the coming days, the source said. White House spokesperson did not immediately comment. A Pentagon spokesperson declined to comment. The U.S. Intelligence Committee assigned it's providing information, so we would maybe be at war with Venezuela within the next 48 hours. And it looks like it now that the carrier's there. It will be any time at this point. Director of Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard did not attend this meeting because she was returning from overseas trips. Secretary of State Mark Rubio was in Canada at the G7. Early this week, the Ford Carrier Strike Group entered U.S. Southern Command area and responsibility. Southern Command is primary combatant unit for operation in the Caribbean and South Africa. The Ford joins a flotilla of destroyers, warplanes, special operations, and they've got 2 Ohio-class submarines down there. It's not for the cartels. They're taking that country. That's what they're doing. All right. And China and Russia are not too happy with it. So let's get into that. So they agreed tonight to sell jets to Taiwan, which has just made this thing. But this is countering because, remember, Trump goes to China to get the rare earth minerals turned back on, and they say, oh, we got a deal done. They didn't get a deal done. We told you then they didn't do it. They lied. This is why. This is what they're doing in counter, because they turned off the rare earth minerals. The United States agreed to a $330 million deal with the sale of fighter jets and other aircraft parts to Taiwan on November the 13th. The first deal since President Donald Trump returned to the White House, prompted very angry China. Beijing claims that Taiwan is its own territory. Beijing's foreign minister, we all know this, la-da-da-da, China believes they own everybody. The United States cut official ties with Taipei in 1979, while Washington has formally diplomatic ties with Beijing, yet ties with Taiwan remain unofficial. This is not the only thing they've been doing. This is another reason why nobody's talking about the China thing. This ain't the first deal he's worked out with Taiwan. He's already sent special forces in there. They just sent them M1A ones. This is why the rare earth minerals have been turned off, because, see, they're going to take Taiwan. That's their plan. And we're supplying Taiwan. That's why I said that's why they turned everything off. Right now, remember I talked about all those ghost ships sitting up and down China's shores as far as the eye can see? This is why. They're planning for war in the Asian continent. We've told you for the last 2 or 3 weeks they've been moving tons of equipment in there. Tons. Into South Korea. North Korea's throwing a fit too. Japan, now China and Japan are fighting it out. And into Taiwan. And we've been watching it. C-17s. Loads of equipment going into all 3. Now that hadn't happened the whole time Joe Biden was in office. Only until Trump come in, that's the equipment started going into all 3 places. Let me tell you something, people. They're going to World War III. That's why they got to take Venezuela. They got to go into Africa and take some of these other countries. They're going to have the oil reserves and the mineral rights. This has happened before. It's happened in World War II. And it's right there. People just don't want to see it. They believe the lie. We're doing peace. We're not doing war. We're not doing that. That's never been their plan. They was going to war before he ever got in office. And he's just taking right up the mantle. While they portray everything as peace, just like Paul said, it will all be fake. It will all be a fake peace. The people misdo that scripture so much. They're like, oh, we got to have peace for it. And you've already been in peace. What's about to come is total destruction. Trust me, you're in peace now. You just don't know it. But what's coming is total destruction. This is a fake peace. Eventually, it will abruptly end, and everything will be on fire. The first time the world was destroyed, it was by flood. This time it will be by fire, and it won't be an easy out this time. It'll be 7 years of pure hell upon this earth. That's why we tell you, eyes on Jesus, and if you're not saved, get saved today. Get washed in the blood of Jesus while you can, because time's running out. I just gave you proof of it. The rest is up to you. I can't come out and hold your hand. You either believe or you don't believe. That's just simple as it gets today. You're either going to heaven or you're going to the other place. You got to choose a side. There's no in between. The church today don't want to tell you that. They want you to believe everything just keeps going. Well, I hate to tell you, we're sitting on multiple Bible prophecies that can erupt in the next 10 seconds. The choice is yours. Do you want to gamble with your soul? That's up to you. But I'm telling you where we are. We're at the end of this dispensation. The proof's in the pudding, what's happening with Israel, and what we told you was going to happen is now here, that they're firing up the paperwork on this, which we know happens inside the tribulation. The digital ID, which will be run by the Antichrist himself, it's already in play. They're building the data centers for it right now as we speak. Trump's already built 100 of them since he's been in office. They're going up like Walmarts and dollar stores. The choice is yours. That's all I can tell you. But it's coming. The end, my friends, is here. It's all there. I don't know when it fires off. I don't know when that dark, cloudy day is, but I'll tell you one thing, it's stinking close. Everything we're watching through economies around the world, them infusion banks, they're already talking about a Great Depression going to happen like that, and the Great Depression happened just like that. 1 minute people had money, the next minute they was jumping out of skyscrapers. That's where we are today. I'm telling you, it's all there. All the warning signs are there. God has warned his people through dreams, visions, everything under the sun. He's did everything but put a Goodyear blimp over top of your house telling you, I'm coming to get you. That, the rest of it's up to you people. But we are there. Do not forget that. Everything I'm telling you, that is not made up. That is straight out of Scripture, what I'm reading you through the news right now. That's how close you are to being inside the tribulation. This is not playtime. It's not fake. It's there, just like the Bible said it would be. Problem is today, people don't know their Scripture, so they're looking, they don't see the signs. But everything they're doing is setting up the Antichrist. That's what they're doing. The digital ID, all that, that's him. That's his baby. That's what he's going to use inside the tribulation to control what they buy and sell. There will be no more dollar. That's about to crash. With the Great Reset, that's not coming back once it goes. They're deliberately shutting down the system, people. We've told you and told you. It is a deliberate, destroyed project that they're working on. It's a controlled demolition. I've heard many others, watchmen, talking about that, and they're absolutely right. That's what we're looking at. A controlled demolition, and they're all involved. It ain't just one party, it's both. They're all in on it to bring him in, and that's what's about to happen. Now that they're drawing up, we told you months ago that Trump and Netanyahu both was for this two-state solution. They came out with it for about 10 seconds a couple of months ago. See everybody's reaction, everybody threw a fit, so they hid it back under the rug again. Now they're slowly trying to bring it out again because we're close to the rapture. They know it, and we know it. You can believe what you want to believe, but let me tell you something, the blessed hope is going to part that sky at any time, and he's going to be pulling us out. The world's falling apart. We're trying to feed as many people as we can, and we thank everybody that's helping us do that through PayPal, Buy Me Coffees, Venmo, Cash App. We got all that in the description. But you can go straight to the website now, get on the ARC ministry. See here. You can go straight over there and do everything now on the front page that we have, that we're doing right now with Bibles and everything. And by the way, Amazon is kind of blocking us on Bibles right now. We're not being able to get some of them that we used to get at all. Let's see. Maybe it's because the holidays. Very possible. I don't know for sure if that's what it is, but let's see, where are we at? All right, yeah, get on the arcministry.com. You'll see it. It's in the description box. There's a link there. You can go over, but you can pretty much do everything over there. You can go into our Amazon and look at all the Bibles that we send out to everybody. All that's there on the site, okay? All right, so let me thank everybody here, because I have them backed up a little bit because I didn't have glasses for a while, then I got so busy. Edward Slusher, thank you for everything you've done. A lot of these people sent me birthday cards and everything else. Thank you so much. Vicky May, God bless you. She does a lot with us. Also, Deborah Radford. A lot of these sent me birthday cards, and God bless you, because I wouldn't have got any. Mrs. Mary Azure. You want my glasses? I can't see that one. Areve. That is from Atlantic Lake, New York. Hi, Mr. Gabes. I see you, honey. Also, it's time for Gabe to eat, and he's reminded me. He's like right on schedule. If I miss like 10 minutes, he's like right here. Like, hey. All right, there's Deborah. Patient with me, Colleen and David. I don't know what we would have done without them either. I mean, they've just done so much. C. Owen, I'm sorry, C. Owen. Also, Matthew Reener does a lot also. Newbert. Thank you, Bill. Bill's always helping us out. He knows who he is. Can't really tell that one. See, also, yeah, Carol Haynes. Thank you. She put happy 50th birthday. Thank you, Carol. Also, Myra Redmond that does so much, and Lisa Lacey also that does tremendous to us. Give me 1 second here. Let me run down some of these too. I've got someone here. Without these people, I don't know what we would have done. There's been a lot of people didn't go. They would have went without food. I know that. Or just all kinds of other stuff. All right, let's see here. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Because without these people, I don't know what we would do. All right, Marianne Williams, God bless you. Jane Ellinger, I hope I said your name right, Ellinger. Jane Ellinger. And she said, God bless all in need in Jesus' name, amen. Thank you, Jane, for all that you do. Anthony Crosdale, thank you. TJ Conran. Elizabeth Labe. Let's see. Deanna Luca, God bless you. Let's see. Lisa Cam Mack, thank you. Brian Woolner, thank you. D. Ann Van Erden, I'll get out here in a minute. Michelle Abrahamson, thank you. Scott, let's see, Lloyd Roberts. Hymns Art Hymns, Melinda Leffler, Jeannie Mitch, also Narelle Damascus, Kenneth Tubita, Richard Elmer Field, Yukado Nakaka, Lisa Perninsky, Rochelle Bailey, Tiffany Coburn, Brandon Kelly. He does. I don't know what we do without Brandon. Oh my goodness. These people help. Peter Wakefield, Pamela Sullivan, Peggy Trotsky, Sandra Weldon, let's see, Debbie Dobbs. Debbie's another one. God bless Debbie. Tammy Rutherford, Patrice Fiddles. Let's see, Alan Perry, Lynn Stilvers, Nancy Deming, Heather LaRosso, or Lasasso, I hope I said that wrong. Let's see, Christina here, Marsha Harop, and let's see, Lorraine Jackson, Bonnie Mitchell, Leanne. Let's see, God bless you, Kristen, with your beautiful heart. I try to say your name, Leanna, but I know I chomp it. Michelle Abrahamson, Mark Jerd, Brenda Arston, Barbara Mandy, Sean Totharp, let's see, Deborah, let's see, I guess that is, Deborah Army, and Scott to help those with it's been cut off. God bless. Marianne Williams once again. Esther Taylor, Lynn Stilvers, Todd McKibben, Cindy Cooper, Sharice Bell, Edwin Holtz, Susan Nell, Don Demetrix, Rebecca Rogers, Deidre Fatt, William Gafford, Brian Lang, Shelley Weldner, Catherine Morarity, I think, George Dominguez, Janet Duggar, thank you Janet, we love Janet, Bella Katchitz, Vicky Yeager, David Ing, Piero Corbo, Joseph Owings, and this right here just tells you just how many people that are always trying to help us be able, and without these people wouldn't have got turkeys or meals or anything. These people, and God knows each and every one of them. He knows every one of them that did, because we don't have the ones like on Vimo and Cash Hand, Cash App, and all of them. But the thing is, without them, people don't get fed. People wouldn't even have anything this Thanksgiving and probably Christmas. So God bless each and every one of you for all that. Like I said, without these people, it's not possible. We have a remarkable family that helps people, not just here, all over the United States and all over the world. These people, they're the ones who are doing it. Ain't me. God's the CEO. These people put in, and it goes everywhere, and it helps fund the gospel all over the world. And these are the family members. They're the best family members I could have. I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like them. And I'm telling you one thing, they have set up rewards in heaven like there is no tomorrow, like Arthur Dent. He's a one, absolutely amazing guy. I've talked to Shelley, I think he's been building bakeries all over heaven, that man has. These people are just remarkable family members that actually, they work towards the kingdom and they put it in there, and we appreciate all the work that they do, because I've never seen anything like it. So we love the family members, and like I said, they're special. God knows every one of them. I want to say I love every one of you, and thank you for being here in this family. And thank you for all that you do. You guys are just, you keep me in awe all the time. God bless you. I love each and every one of you. If I don't see or hear from you again, I'll see you at home.
this game, see how it is real quick. Okay. Alrighty. Ow. Okay, here we go. Select the guidance mode for exploration. Let's go with detail. Story difficulty, yes. What's more multiplayer and social experience with guidance and reach other players. I wonder. Yeah, these graphics don't look that bad. Wall of Heaven, interest. Master JDL. Cool.
That's right. Here to take you in. to wet your throat. Well, how is it?
Wet.
Spring's bounty and Jiangnan taste sweet. Shall we go together?
No.
Worried on my account? Don't be. The cowards probably wouldn't dare.
Kunai knives. Cool. Yeah, this reminds me of a lot of Ghost of Tsushima.
Jong-yen! Slew your own father and stole the chain! You stand condemned before all!
The secret within that pendant must be quite something.
Not now. Come on. After him! We'll let him free with a dead one day!
Cool.
After them! After them! They're here! Don't let them get away! You're here!
The whole world's after you, yet you still won't tell?
No one talk. Still inviting me to Jiangnan?
What of it? The two of us against the world. What is it like? They even brought out the fire.
Ooh, yeah, both. Sweet.
Quiet, watch out.
Got fire arrows. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of Tsushima.
Even the Orient Pavilion takes interest? You're in more trouble than I thought. Look at that. John Yen, the stone-faced hero, finds humor in desperation.
So he has a baby. Interesting. Void King, servant of Emperor AI. Emperor I.
This is getting interesting, just like old times.
You just see how the combat is. Alright, start tutorial. When full completed, your character is defeated. Once completed, the character will enter an exhausted state and then able to defend against incoming attacks. Key binding area to place main actions that currently be performed. Press the lock to a target, press R again to cancel the lock. A might dot will appear above like the locked target. Cycle through targets by aiming here. Now move your aim left or right while locked on. Weapons are tied to various martial arts skills offering damage control and healing effects. Cool. Awesome. Like the attacks. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it definitely gives me Tsushima vibes. That's cool.
reduce statue. Okay. Can't figure out how to do this. Got some mystic skills. There we go, now I got it. Defense can reduce a certain percentage of damage while dodge completely avoid enemy attacks. Both defense and damage consume endurance. Okay, that's how you dodge. That is how you defend and dodge. L1 in square or L1 in circle. Undeflectable golden skills. Golden skills can be deflected and cannot be defended against. Press R1 before you hit to deflect an attack. So parry. This is how you parry. Okay. Grenades. Assist deflection at times before being hit will slow down and prompt for deflection will appear. Successful deflection will consume insight points. There is insufficient insight points. Assist deflection cannot be triggered. Assume that during auto deflection and slow to recover over time. Assist deflection, yeah. So I'll not try to do that very well. Okay, so this is a boss fight. Two abilities? Also reminds me of Sekiro too. Shadow Spy twice from Soft. And Elden Ring. More like Sekiro. Bug went in his ear. What the heck?
Uh-huh, so the bug carries a special ability. Interesting. Uh-huh. $162 CE Song Dynasty. Quingia Verdant Wilds. Verdant Wilds. Oh, that was pretty cool.
Uncle John, when will you finally let me go out there?
The Jung-Hoo?
Yeah, those merchants passing through Jinho told me all kinds of things. It sounds so fun! There's the 8 talents of Hodon, the North Alliance, and lots of new sects too! Oh, I heard some can use moves from every sect. They were put in the Wulin Journal and became heroes in the Jianghu.
So you aim to master them all.
As long as I keep practicing, I know I can. I'll join you, Uncle John. Just like the heroes in the merchant stories. We'll roam the Jianghu together. Huh? A butterfly!
Okay, so body type 1, body type 2. Oh, okay, male, female. Elegant, realistic. Let's see, realistic. Yeah, cool. Pirate, sword, yes, ninja. I like the ninja one. Wait, that says different characters. Okay, it's a samurai. That one. Devil sword. Let's see, I like the samurai one. to figure out how to get out of here. Gallery. Do I really have to do smart customization? I really don't want to do that. Just want to play the game. Just go with random. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. I want to go back and I want to change that. Outfit. So I'm gonna go back, customize it. Use that hairstyle. There we go. I like that one. I don't know. Actually, I like that one. Like the stars. Yeah, let's go with pose.
go with that one. Ooh, that's pretty cool.
come up with my name. See here a minute. Oh shit, I'm not getting any picture. Why am I not getting any picture? Huh. Okay. That's weird. Maybe because it's a free-to-play title? Maybe. Alright, whatever. Aspiration and talent, stroke and precision, use skill and pitch, plot, and tipsy effects, shortening your aim time. Rhetoric edge, start with 2 inspirations and a gift of gab. I'll use this. Took my amulet. Huh.
Hey, you! Come on, wake up!
Stop!
You promised we'd go to the General Shrine. Then you fell asleep.
Man in black.
Man in black? Is he one of those great swordsmen? Where is he?
It's gone. He took the jade pendant. But he didn't hurt me.
Hey, were you even listening? I mean it. I'm getting mad.
Ruby, were you hitting me?
I didn't want to. I yelled and yelled to wake you up, but you wouldn't budge. You said there was a man in black? So
Forget it.
where is
It's
he?
nothing. Just a dream.
You promised we'd journey together. You're not keeping secrets, are you? If you don't tell me, I won't talk to you again.
All right. Weren't you going to buy stuff from Beard Guang at the General Shrine? Are we still going or not?
I almost forgot. It's all your fault. Come on, let's go. Uncle Guang said he's bringing me a new storybook this year.
Can you wait for me just a little? I need to go inside and check something.
Don't take too long, all right?
This game's not
I wonder
bad.
if that man in
It's pretty
black
good.
left any clues behind.
Let's see, what do I need to look for? Clues? Okay.
This symbol.
Long pattern.
Whoa, is that a secret code? This is some hero meetup spot, isn't it? We're gonna see one for real.
The man in black took the jade pendant Uncle Jiang gave me. Maybe this has something to do with Uncle Jiang. I should look inside.
What you looking for? I'll help. So much dust. Is that a spear? Hey, look! There's a spear! A real one!
Careful. Oh, they even dug this up.
That looks so cool! Show me, show
It's
me!
sharp and heavy. You could hurt yourself.
No, just let me hold it. Just once, please. Come on, or I won't talk to you anymore. I'm telling Auntie Han, and you won't get to go to the first Jar banquet.
Okay, so I got a
Look at her
sword, a
big
bow.
announcement.
Sweet. I got a
Don't wander too far. I'll take inside and be
Okay,
right
so I
back.
can use different martial arts styles. So I've got a sword, I got a bow, and I've got a spear. Cool. That's a sword.
That's a sword. Oh, how do I switch to the bow? No, that's heal. Sword, spear. Don't know how to switch to the bow. Okay, so those are more on map. Yes, reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know how to switch to bow. Okay. Spear. Sword. Okay, that's how you use the bow. You gotta push L2 and R2. Okay, alright. No. Shit. No. I didn't want to waste my... Cool. I didn't want to waste my arrows. Need that. Alright.
There's a hidden drawer. I hadn't noticed that before. A letter to Uncle John from someone named Wei.
Since your retreat to Heaven's Pier, you turn away all gifts and cut ties with the mundane, proof enough of your intent to leave the past behind. In the mighty cycles, Tin Yang discovered a strange item ever since life to deliver a word, only to be caught in Tank's hands. Upon hearing this and knowing the dream public calamity has returned, I now write to you years of state affairs. You have left me a little piece of it, so I heard you pen a lemon for King Khan Kane. Old grudges still burning, new threats now rise. How can one not grit their teeth in rage? I ask you again to draw your sword. Tin Yang is a man of honor, though a disciple I have long held him dear. If you meet him in the distant land, he should prove a great help to you.
Telling Uncle John to find Tian Yang. But he never mentioned the person who wrote this letter. Or Tian Yang either. I'll keep it with me. It might hold a clue to Uncle John's whereabouts. Looks like someone has moved the spirit tablet. The man in black just took the jade pendant and didn't hurt me. He also left some kind of carved mark. Could this be connected to Uncle John? No use guessing. I'd better ask Aunt Han once I return. Aunt Han said she had important news to share at the first jar banquet. Could it be about Uncle John?
Say,
will Uncle John come back for the first jar banquet? Or...
Okay, that's how you get it. Okay.
That man in black took the jade pendant. Could there be some big secret hidden inside?
Chest. Regis gilded mass. Ritual chronicle. Let me go ahead and fix the resolution. Okay, how do you make G-Sync?
I'm running on DLSS. I'm gonna run on DLSS Super Sample. No performance. Video reflex. Frame generations, ultra. Okay. What's FSR? Okay, I put it on FSR to improve performance. I put it in the middle. About there. Okay, display. Okay. I'm only getting about 100 to 90 frames. Let me fix that. You go with unrestricted, yes, for G-Sync. Let's see, I'm gonna go with turning that down. It's a 68. Oh yeah, I can't. Jeez, this is... What is this?
I'm not talking to you. I'm still mad.
Let's go.
Come on, nothing to see here. Let's head home.
Oh, we went through all that trouble to sneak out, and we're going back already? Are you trying to trick me so that you can find that warrior in black on your own?
There's no man in black. I was dreaming just now. You know I'd never lie to you.
You do too, lie. You promised you'd come with me to the General's Shrine to get the new storybook from Bir Kwang. Now look, no heroes and no storybook. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone on my own and not covered for you with Auntie Han.
How about this? We have to pass the General Shrine on the way back anyway. I'll take you there to wait for the caravan, so you'll be the first in line to buy the new storybook, alright?
Really? Alright, let's go now. Right now. You're the best! What's this big announcement Auntie Han is going to make?
No idea. Maybe she'll grant me permission to learn martial arts in the Jungho?
Then you've got to bring me along.
I don't know what key that goes to.
Baby, go easy. Don't jump.
I made the bridge fall down. How will you get over here?
I'll find a way across.
You can do that? Then I can do it too.
Oh, that's cool.
Sure you can, Hero and Ruby, but we need to head to the General Shrine today. Next time.
Oh, raspberry. Enhancing lotus mixed with poison butterfly dust and head induces hallucination. Defeat nearby poison butterflies to regain clarity.
I'm exhausted. Slow down a bit. Wow, the birds are so pretty. Can we take one of them home with us?
Not in a rush to get your storybook now, huh? What was that?
Someone's shooting arrows at the birds. White bird should be new entry. Pebble.
The added barrier doesn't increase draw length by much. Arrow accuracy is also yet to be determined. I'll have to test them one by one.
Oh, you have. Practically 2 birds with 1 arrow. Nearly struck us both on the head.
2 birds with 1 arrow. Oh, my apologies. I didn't hurt you, did I?
So, who are you then? What are you doing shooting birds in Tingha?
The name's Fang Jisha, disciple of the Inkbound Order. And I'm here in Qingha on official business. I merely wanted to try out my new bow, and I didn't expect.
The Inkbound Order. Wow, that's one of those big name sets, isn't it? Are you a legendary Xianghu hero? Hey, Mr. Hero. Lots of swordsmen have come to Tinghe lately. Are you all after some sort of treasure? Or some secret martial arts book?
Well, the Inkbound Order is indeed well known. But I am merely a humble disciple, far from worthy of being called a hero. Sorry to disappoint you, young lady.
So, you're not a big hero after all. Should've known. What kind of hero would be that bad with a bow and arrow?
It's fine. We weren't hurt. We should get going now. Just be more careful when taking test shots next time.
Wait! Master said the noble are never at fault, because they always make up for their mistakes. I have a manuscript on archery techniques, a secret tome of sorts. Please, accept it as my apology.
Archery tips.
Archery tips?
Yes. A bit embarrassing to admit, but this book represents years of painstaking study. Especially Chapter 3, which explores how applied force influences shooting range when the second phalanx is used to draw. And here, look at this.
That completely lost me. Wait, did you just say, is that a secret book? Oh wow, it is a secret book! You've gotta take it!
You spent years on this, and you're simply giving it to us? That's far too great an apology.
Disciples of the Inkbound Order are prohibited from attachment to material possessions. Go ahead and read it. If there's anything you don't understand, I'd be happy to explain. This technique is called Still Waters. Master it to achieve perfect stillness and expose your prey's weakness.
What amazing skill!
Holding your breath reduces movement speed of surrounding targets by 75%. Consumes endurance every 0.1 seconds. Breath hold is disabled in co-op online modes.
This is my first time passing on still waters. Shall we shoot at the birds by the cliff together,
so I can observe its efficacy? Okay, fire away. Ready?
Okay,
Practice still
here we
waters.
go.
Timing is
Give it
key.
your best.
Track the bird's flight and release at the right moment. Might it be the angle of the...
Keep at it. I knew you had it in you.
No.
Keep at it. I knew you had it in you.
Not feeling your best? Maybe we should go again.
It's all right. We've been practicing for a while. Let's give it another shot. I know we won't lose.
You're...
You're really something. I knew you had potential.
Oh shit. Ah, crap.
Might it be the angle of the arrowhead?
Nice work. Over there. There's still more.
Feeling tired?
Really win?
If it wasn't for Harrow and Ruby's help, we might have actually lost.
That's true. You agree, right, Big Mom?
Seeing the two of you working together, I have indeed learned quite a bit.
Alright.
After sparring with you, I've gained even more insights into archery research.
Thanks to your instruction, my skill with the bow has advanced greatly.
Actually, I heard that many unsavory characters have also come to Qinghe. Even that dreaded Killer Blade.
Ah, I see. All these great heroes have gathered in Qinghe to bring that villain to justice.
Anyway, that villain heading south can't be for nothing. Countless have fallen by his blade. Young miss, do not place your trust lightly in strangers.
Oh, don't worry. After all, he's no hero. Where are the great heroes?
Killer Blade. Maybe the man in black has something to do with him?
Right now, all we can do is be on our guard.
Look, there's Guang and the others. My storybook. I'm coming.
Hey, be careful.
I'm gonna be first in line to buy it.
Approach the stranger.
Thank you for warning me about Killer Blade, Big Fung. Until next time.
If our paths cross again...
Things have definitely been odd in Qinghe lately. Dad Han just keeps saying everything can wait until the first dark banquet.
Flowers. Nightshade.
Leaves of the earth, inches apart.
Giving him eggs more blood. Giving him each unnamed jade will bring a surprise.
You're the first person to talk to me in 3 days. Here, you can have this.
Verdant Wilds. Find wayfarers near campfires on parts of the map. Medicinal tales, medicine chest, okay, item increase the chest to carry more medicine. Medicine chest chest to carry more medicines, improving distress. Okay.
What do you think? For 3 days I called out to passersby, but you were the only one to stop. This item belongs to you. It's fate. By the way, I have another item that's even more extraordinary. However, its value demands a little something extra. Interested? Oh, why so stingy? I've been starving for 3 days waiting for fate to bring you to me. Now, all I ask for is a little mundane trifle. Is that too much to ask?
I don't have the money right now. Shit. I don't have 50 yen to pay him. Or whatever it is. Well, how am I gonna pay you? I don't have the money.
As they say, heaven helps those who help themselves. I'm done waiting. Take this Wuling journal. Consider it fated to be yours.
You sure you're giving this to me?
Oh, if you feel indebted. Look, that bear has been a thorn in my side. When you leave, drive it away, and we'll call it even. Each has their own path. That bear is a bane to me, but for you, it may prove a boon. In the future, if you meet others of my order, say, ends of the earth, inches apart, and they'll give you maps of the world.
Mm-hmm. Now, how am I going to take on that bear without dying? That's the question. The bear seems to know martial arts. Let me learn from it. Watch the black bear closely. Press the comprehend button at the right time when the golden rings appear to fill the comprehension meter. Filling your comprehension meter will help you master the mystic skill. Okay. Tai Chi. Damn it. Tai Chi again. Alright. Out of combat, gatherers, follies, and turkeys. On water creates ripples that send fish leaving combat. Bulls and whirls a target. Aim with the camera to hurl them down. 144.82%. Physical damage plus 9. Physical damage plus other attribute damage. Damage increases based on how long the target is lifted up to 500%, especially potential against shielded enemies. Shield-bearing enemies usually break from the front with them either skill. By this skill, the shield is torn off and now suffer bonus 518.41% physical attack plus 36 physical damage plus other attribute damage. Okay, alright. Shit.
I need to get to General Shrine. Ruby is still waiting for me.
here. There's another bear near the river. Throw the bear here. There's okay. Enable. Oh, there's money. There we go. Make the bear. Shoot the beehive with fire arrow. Well, they're gonna sting me if I end up shooting them. Okay. No, how do I equip fire arrows then? Inventory. Oh, there we go. That's how you equip. Well, now what do I do? How do I get it is a question. Nothing. Okay. Oh, okay. Whisper. There we go. Now I got it. Do. There's another one of those people. Don't steal. Don't steal. What happens if you do? Seaman, Switty, I'm in that booty. That's all I want balls. Anyway, whatever this is. Martin who late test. Unlock mainline towns first to unlock sprinting. Use it forever. Unlock mainline towns first to unlock sprinting. Twitch TV/Mechamar. Don't shit DB. Just don't sleep in marriage. Hi. Young people don't value martial ethics. Combat gathers qualities against enemies. Tai Chi. Okay. Pleasure flying, young one. You voiced the passion rights from 16 years ago. Now you're gifted. I give you a chance to take these fire arrows and retrieve the oddity. Need a horse, that's what I need.
Han won't even tell me what the big news is.
Use the small treasure
Could it
chest
really have something to do with my real family?
sense. Orvigata Senpai. Because it's with dual blades. Account, Nolan. Gracias. Okay. Tokens, money.
Well, Uncle Jiang has been gone for 3 years. Aunt Han still sets aside a jar of wine for him every year.
Uh-oh, enemies. No, I don't want to waste my fire arrows.
thought Han had heard any word about the job. He never hid it from me. If there really is happiness, then I'll stand by her side and protect everyone. I may not be Aunt Han or Uncle Ben's child by blood, but they've treated me like their own. She's kept the truth from me. She must have a reason. The strangers in China lately, more than all previous banquets combined. We should be careful.
Ooh, cool. New weapon. Dual blades. Nice. How do I switch them? More money and barrels.
I wonder when Uncle John will return. I want to search for him in the jungle, but Aunt Han won't allow it.
It's a meteor, so... Oh, it's an eagle. Shoot it. This game doesn't look half bad, though.
Damn it! All this chasing for nothing? He didn't slip away, did he? Hey! Are you blind? Out of the way!
It's a public road. I'll walk right, please.
Hey, let's not get sidetracked. Our apologies, Wanderer. We have an urgent matter to attend. Please, forgive me.
Now get out of my way!
You hold your head pretty high for a horse thief.
Need a horse. This is mine now.
You little beast! You'll behave!
My leg still hurts.
Young master, nice to see you.
What are you all doing here? Oh, has anyone seen Ruby?
Sure did. He even entered you into a match. That traitor set up an arena, saying that the prize was some fancy treasures for swordsmen. Ruby paid right then and there to get you in. Now go, give it a try, and win her money back.
Young master is the best. Dare see dogs and tigers.
Young master is the best! Dare to catch chicken, cats, and geese!
Not exactly.
Good folk, gather round old Jean. A chance for riches is rolling in. As a gesture of goodwill, soon my treasures I will spill. The hero's arena is all set. True heroes only pass this step. Don't waver and don't hesitate, or else you'll find yourself too late. With the challenges halfway done, the grand prize now is almost won. Feeling tempted? Is it true? Then step up and face Fang Shu. Fang Shu of Well of Heaven, known as the Divine Might Legend. Fierce of heart, strong as an ox, easily splits steel and rocks. Come one, come all to the post-match auction. Fresh trinkets on the block. The highest bid wins the lot.
Getting kind of tired again.
Soap berry offer. Buy one jean, get half a jean free. Limited supply. Get it while you can. Premium blood-shade stone. The blowout sale will begin in 1 hour. Shaky with fur coats. proudly crafted by the
Okay, well, where do I go now? Check on the personnel for the shrine.
This was just friendly sport. We're all neighbors here. Someone go stop with me.
You there. Think you can walk past me without a word?
My apologies for disturbing you. May I ask
Too
what-
late for apologies. Time to fight! I, divine might feng shui, well of heaven, never strike the unprepared. You there, ready your weapon to prepare for a beating.
I know I'm playing on it. There's also pollution. Opponent's queue to earn points. First to 5 points wins. No. Enhance consumes queue and play you lose points. Common deflection horn attack managed to avoid damage. Essentially deflect red skills deals counter damage.
When I first joined Well of Heaven, future junior brother hit me 4 sticks. In a few years, I made him try. His junior brother. Martial skills are beaten. Today, what's happening?
Oh, there's that bug again.
Get moving. Surprise are already with that merchant. His treasures will be gone. Captive attack for the final treasure of the day. Not just a piece, but a complete set. Aspiring heroes, do not pass this by. Everything you need for your journey, all in one place.
I'll take it.
Excellent choice. This little heroine's got fine taste. Who else wants it? One buy gets the full set. The perfect companion set for a warrior's journey. All for the low price of 500 yen.
Win, okay.
500. Deal.
Do you even have 500 yen?
I don't have it, but you do. They don't have it where someone else snatches it away.
No coins, no touching. Companion set going once. Companion set going twice. By the heavens, this is too good to pass up. I'll take it. Who wouldn't? Oh, alas. I spent thousands for a set like this. Whoever misses this deal will regret it for a lifetime.
Who are these people? Huh. They're with old Jin. I saw them here just yesterday. Better we stay out of this.
Hold on. I beat that Divine Might fellow earlier. So where's my prize, huh?
Aha! The arena champion! Such spirit in one so young. This prize is yours. I found it myself in a cave. Last treasure of the day! And I I see. This sharp-eyed young heroine is interested. How about a little discount, just between friends?
How much would that be?
Well, it's already the last one. No need to rush. Let me have a look first.
Huh? What's this?
Jeez, that is a lot of money. 999,000 win. Yeah, I'm not going to afford that. I can't get that. Even if I wish. Oh, I get it. Quality maxed out. Okay, so you need to... I see what's going on here. I can't go any higher. Well, shit. Still can't buy it because I need 199. Cuffin coin. Cuffin coin. Damn. Relics. Rare beast egg. No, I don't have the money. I don't have the money to get this. Unless it's, you have to buy it somewhere. Probably microtransactions. Oh. Minimum reached 1,000. That's what you do. Okay. I see now. I'll take the meditation road. Wait. Am I selling or buying? Body maxed out. So that's selling. I see. Yeah, I can't. Damn. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to afford this. Not yet, at least. Nope, I don't have it. There's no way I'm gonna get it. Nope. I can't get it.
What a snake.
999,000. Trying to rip me off with microtransactions, I say. 999,000 for items? I'm not paying that shit, bro.
Beginning. My teacher assigned goose egg throwing.
How am I gonna bargain with it?
Random
I don't know
storybooks
how.
and so-called beast eggs that are just chicken eggs. What's next? Bedtime tales? 50,000 strings for a place in Kaifeng, and the discount is 10 wen. Can commoners even dream of buying that? And if they could, would 10 wen matter? Giving out trash as prizes, selling stolen goods, and even tricking little children. How shameless. Why don't you step into the arena and face me, old Sheen?
Huh? Tricking children?
I wouldn't dare, I swear. I once dreamed of the Jianghu too. It's a rare joy to meet someone so clever and wary. Take the set along with the prize. I don't quite understand its design, but what's inside may serve you well.
Not as well as the profits you take, I'm sure. Enough pretending. I want it fair and square, so hand it over. If it's a fake, I'll show you how Fengshu ended up flat on his back.
All yours.
Water and fire forged by divine craft. Oh, this is surely from Moist Hill. Old Jean, did you take this from the divine craft cave? Old Jean?
He stole it.
He sure slipped away fast.
He stole it.
Better bring more next time.
Earn talent points to unlock powerful skills and boost your attributes. Ooh, wind sense. Receive approaching entities through wind currents and extinguish their position by sensing surroundings. Highlights items on people of interest in the area. Cool.
Beginning. My teacher assigned goose egg throwing homework. Process. Big goose cake. Result. Lost my backpack in the homework.
How do I turn this off?
Never picking up goose eggs again.
There we go, okay. Yeah, you can call your horse like the Ghost of Tsushima. Come on, let's go. Oh, open to get for a ruby, okay, I got it. Okay, get off the horse.
Beginning. My teacher assigned goose egg throwing homework. Process. Big goose cake.
How do I get off the horse?
Lost my backpack in the homework.
There we go.
Lesson learned.
Alright.
Never picking up goose eggs again.
Happy now?
You bet! There's so much in here! I can be a hero now! Since you paid, I'll share it with you. You can have have this road sign. This one for me, and this one for you, and this one is for me. Ah, this is so lovely. This, well, you can have it.
You greedy little thing. Go on, take it. Okay. You keep the rest for yourself.
Then I'll start reading this Tales of Great Heroes. Whoa! There's this hero called Yi Tao. He carries a big blade. I got one too. And he has a secret book. We have one too, right? Oh, and great heroes always have a horse. There's a horse.
Talent inspection. How do I unlock my abilities? Trying to go on my abilities. Weapon. Weapon on clip. Is that a machete? Oh no, that's a mo. What's a mo blade? Weapon reforging. Tailoring, dye.
My teacher assigned goose eggs on top. Test.
Forgot how to bring up that thing for abilities.
My backpack in the homework. Lesson learned. Never picking up goose eggs again.
Forgot how to bring up my abilities. Abilities. Nah, just gonna do solo for now. Me and Trav should play this together. Enter co-op code. I can't find my abilities. Anyway, check out the person kneeling before the shrine. There's a hole under this slab. Under this slab, there'll be a hole here. I'm not sure either. I was just jumping around and the slab's only cracked open. think I heard odd noises too. I'm curious if ball fell down. Could you get it for me? Leaping toad. Recommended for arena, flip back to knock back enemies for 50.95% physical attack plus 30 physical damage, other attribute damage, and launch for 305.169 physical attack plus city wind, 21 physical damage plus other attribute damage when cast twice. 15 vitality, each of them like toad venom. The third cast becomes golden toad crash. And AoE knockdown, dealing 54% physical damage plus 31 physical damage, other attribute damage. Toad venom explodes after 5 seconds on death for 550.85 physical attack plus 10 physical damage plus other attribute damage in a small area. It can be detonated earlier by the lion's roar. Is it just the Wheeling Journal that I really didn't know what you fear? I have 2 copies. 100 Steps West, Legend Shrine, 1,000 Kotos and Truth Circle. Someone actually felt that you'd be dead after 1,000 Kotos on that heart. Oh, that does look like a stranger over there. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Jump skill, mighty drop to break the cracked floor. Jump plus skill, mighty drop Q to drop the cracked floor. Jump plus skill. No, that's not it. Jump plus skill.
That's not it. Jump plus skill. Plus skill. Jump plus skill. Jump and press Q. There we go. Boundary stuff. We need the General Shrine. Ooh, new bow quiver. Let's just switch up to bow. Aim says fire arrows. Fire arrows, and fire arrows. Okay. Now where is that ball? How do I get? Oh, I get it. I gotta shoot this thing. Use fire arrows to light the lamp. Archery, switch fire. Tiger Ford Bandit. Me, still haven't seen the ball. Call me Wolfgang. First try, wish me luck. Call me Shirley. The bridge vines with fire arrows. Summon me, call for allies. Call me maybe. Charlie Kirk and someone else. Call me, I got you. Fucking stone. Thank you, lovely lady. Someone help me. The ball's at the beginning where you first drop down. Balls at the start, guys, not you. You missed it. Ball was right where you fell down. WeChat me. Burn the torch. You walk on the spikes. Just under the hole. Still haven't seen the ball. Ball is at where you jump down. Harpooner. Calling weak. Vietnamese number 1. It was right when you dropped down. Still haven't seen the ball. The ball's at the very beginning when you fell down. There's me, Daddy. It's supposed to be call. Looking for someone to explore with. Peasant Paul TV, follow on TikTok. Alright. Let me go back then. The ball is at the beginning. I didn't see it at the beginning. Can I go back? Probably not. Alright, I'm back. Stop doing that. Why is it paused like that? Alright, I'm at the beginning, now where's the ball? So when you fall down the cliff. Okay. And you go past the rock thingy. Oh, there the thing is. I didn't even see it. I walked right past it. New tails required. Alright. Okay, time to give the boy back his ball after I get out of here. Let's see. Another hero's tomb. Assistance, signposts. Oh, someone's in the ball. Okay. I gotta shoot the twig again. Arrows, kaboom, barrel.
Stupid me, I gotta activate the bridge. Stupid me, I gotta shoot the barrel, throw the barrel over there and blow it up. Okay, pick it up. Now throw it. Now, actually I need to set it over here and then blow it up. Perfect. But I'm not going to use fire arrows for that. I'm going to use normal. That way I can not waste them. Well, okay, normal don't work. Guess we're going to have to go with fire arrows. Cloud steps. How the market lead behind a small laying down on break the jump marks once the combat self on each shoulder so deal 90.70% physical damage. Physical attack plus 6 physical damage, other attribute damage back. It's covering another use when you don't stable poison to poise their units have stance pair and HP stance perks. Break deal special hit and 40 on 193 52% physical plus 30% plus 30 physical damage plus other attribute damage. Offensive physical, fellow mystic skills. Why is it doing that? Uh-oh. Requires pressing tone. Oh, I'm tired.
Nice, got another new weapon. Got arrows shooting at me. You thief, I dare you lay hands on our treasures. Let's go for you hand over whatever you found. Or else I'll rip your head off. Yeah, well, I like to see that. Pray 3 times. Bow 3 times to get the treasure behind. Bow 3 times to get the treasure behind. Oh, about 3 times. Press 1 to destruct. Press 1 to fly upwards. And press G fast. Doing that, jeez. Uncle Jane left you a box in the back. Stop doing that. You have to use Tai Chi on the door 3 times.
doing that. Okay, urgently. Gotta get her there later.
Beginning. My teacher assigned goose eggs on homework. Process. Big goose cake.
Where is she?
All three
Absolutely not. This horse is expensive. It's meant to conform to the high officials in Kaiban.
Don't down on me. Epic Pier is a famous place too. I heard some great heroes here.
If you say so.
I really did see
Fine steamed buns, these. My wife spent all night making them. Want one?
Ah, giving out buns for good karma? You must be on your way to offer incense.
Haven't been there in a while, eh? Oh, Master Mian-shan left 3 years ago and hasn't returned
Oh, I'm
since.
tired. I think I'm going to lay down and take a nap.
Are you going to Sundarland? Master Miashan is a great luck. I had my fortune told there when I was young.
Right you are. With the good we've done, the Bodhisattva will surely bless us and grant our wishes.
Huh? He's gone? I had no idea. Where do people go to pray now?
All the temples and shrines are gone. So now I just head to the Bodhi Sea to pray. Even if there are no monks around, you still have to keep your faith. I'll catch a quick nap. Help yourself to the gardens. I need to head out tonight to offer incense first. Like my wife.
All right, then. If you've got what you came for, it's time to head home.
Huh? There are some other things. But I don't have to buy them.
Other things? Come on. If you want something, go buy it. What's with the I don't have to nonsense?
That no good toad swallowed my pouch. And now my money's gone. So let's just go home. I don't have to buy those.
Oh, good toad. So you spent all your money at old Jean's. No coins, huh? Let's head home.
Huh? But that dancing horse looks so fun. And the pine nut candy smells so good. There are too many nice things. I don't want to go home with just one.
What else do you want, Ruby? Pine nut candy?
Mm-hmm.
Go on, buy it. It's on me. I can afford that much at least.
Yippee! Thanks, Uncle Kwong. I hope you have the best and luckiest year ever. I'll make sure Daddy saves you the finest wine.
It's all right. The merchant caravan will keep an eye on her. She's safe here. So go ahead.
Oh, Kwong, don't spoil her like that.
Nah. If you don't want it, then you can go home. There are so many people visiting Sinka. There has to be a bunch of good stuff. If I find a secret martial arts book, I'll be super nice and let you borrow it.
It's all right. The merchant caravan will keep an eye on her. She's safe here. So go ahead.
I'm done.